aboard a beautiful Friday edition of the Sports Bash live at the Shoprite LPGA. We are right outside McGettigan's 19th hole, our annual home on the first Friday of the Shoprite LPGA. Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort studio. I got the Nuggets with me live on location. And I'm your host, Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Nuggets is back from vacation. People thought you were still calling out sick.
Yeah, no, I actually took a vacation like you did a few months ago. So I actually took off.
No, vacations are acceptable.
All right, I'm in.
Vacations are acceptable. Sick days are fine, but no more than consecutively of one.
I did not take 2 sick days, 3 or 4. Took 9 vacation days. How about that?
Do we think any of the ladies are taking a sick day today? No, they are out there on the course, and we will be here all day. Updating you throughout the show, giving you some insight on the leaderboards and everything. As we tell you every year, if you have not been out here, you must get out here on a Saturday or a Sunday or even this Friday. If you're not out here yet, you turned my volume all the way down. I can't hear myself. So whatever you touched was an awful decision by you. I do not hear myself at all. There we go. I am back. Now I'm really, really, really loud. Very loud, very loud. There we go. But the Friday of the event, it is, look at that crowd out here already, and the weather is just unbelievable. It is a perfect day to get this event going on, and looking forward to now. Intern Vince is here. He's not Intern Vince anymore. He's actual employee Vince is now here, and he's going to be walking the course, taking some pictures, getting the social media stuff up. So follow us on all the social media, IG, Facebook, and check us all out. We are outside of McGettigan's 19th hole. So if you're coming out here today, we've actually had a couple of listeners already come by and say hello. We always love people to say, hey, guys, I listened to the show. Appreciate you guys there. If you're driving by, always give us the horn honk. That's the annual, you're listening. The horn's honking behind us. We know you're there. Phillies getting ready to play the Dodgers. Mike McGarry from the press is actually here. He's going to join us on site at 2:30, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast will join me at 3 o'clock today. Also, Phillies Fastball tonight at 5 o'clock. Jeff Kerr was at Reading last night. So while the Phillies had the night off, the big story was down in Reading where Gage Wood made his home debut for the Reading Fighting Phils. Dave Dombrowski was there last night. He was watching, and our Jeff Kerr was there from Phillies Fastball, and he was there last night, so he'll give us some insight on what he saw. And we'll get football at 4 with Adam Caplan. We've got Nuggets are back, but I was liking the jerky.
Jerky, I heard, was really good.
We had people texting in that Nuggets needs to be up in his game because the jerky was so good. There's my boy Tim from McGettigan's there. What's going on, brother? As we are always here on this Friday, we love being outside, and this is the spot. They got the garden, the beer garden out here. This is where everybody comes when you need a little refreshment from the tournament, right? You stop in. They did an unbelievable job with this place over the last 3 years. I think is when they did the container. They gutted that out and made it a bar, and they put picnic tables and seating. And now there is so many different things. Like they have the little village that kind of, it's like a road that goes all the way around the back, but they've extended that village into the parking lot of McGettigan's now. So there's so much more to see. And, I got here about a half hour ago or so, and it's like I didn't take the chance to go walk around and see what they've got going on. But I definitely want to get down that village and check everything out. But, hey, there's a lot going on. Yesterday, we talked a lot of Phillies as they get ready for the Dodgers. And the Dodgers were the team that knocked them out of the playoffs last year. And right now, I think that most people look at the Phillies as kind of just an average team. Now, they've obviously played much better baseball. And Don Mattingly, as the manager of this team, I think, his influence of being the manager, I said before, they needed to get rid of Rob Thompson. Now, I'm not like a blame the manager guy, so this isn't me blaming Rob Thompson of he was awful. But I think the Phillies really needed to make that move in the offseason, and you're seeing what the change of voice has done to this team. It kind of gave them hey, we needed a new message, because if you keep doing the same thing, teams start to catch on to you and what you're doing and your personality and all that stuff. I think Mattingly has given them a little bit of a different personality. They do things a little different. And quite frankly, I think Mattingly has more of a voice with his son to do things differently than maybe Rob Thompson did. I think Thompson was more of the laid back, listening to what information he was given from the front office. Mattingly, with his son being the guy in charge, can say, hey there, Preston, I don't know about this. I think I want to play Brandon Marsh a little bit more because I don't have a better option. I know Marsh has struggled against lefties in his career, but you know what? I would rather Marsh's defense than putting Kemp out there who doesn't play good defense and isn't hitting all that much for us. I'll take the guy who plays better defense. Let me stick with Marsh instead of platooning. So I think he has been able to win some of those battles that maybe Thompson was not as willing to fight for when this team went with so many platoons. Now you see Marsh is essentially playing every day. You're seeing Stott is playing a little bit more and more every single day. Now today there's some news that they're going to send Otto Kemp down to the minors and Stuart Baroa is going to come up. And I think that is an influence of Mattingly saying, listen, this is the way I want my roster. I would rather a defensive-minded guy who can run and give me some speed off the bench because these guys, I don't trust their bats anyway. I'm not going to use Otto Kemp as a pinch hitter. I'm not using Felix Reyes as a pinch hitter. Neither one of them are good defensive players. Give me the Baroa kid. I can play him in center field. I can play Marsh in left. Or I can play Marsh in center and put Sosa out in left. I don't need Otto Kemp playing left field. I don't need Felix Reyes playing left field. So I think they're starting to tweak and mold this roster a little bit more to the way that Don Mattingly wants that, as opposed to just saying, you know what, hey, you guys have given me Otto Kemp, fine, I'll platoon him if that's what you guys want me to do.
Yeah, it feels like Mattingly has a little bit more of a fiercer voice, especially with Preston being up in the front office.
Well, I talked about it on Friday. I said, hey kid, go clean your bedroom and then get me give me a guy who can play center field.
Yeah, help me out a little bit here. No, I think, listen, this move had to be made. And remember in the offseason, when they brought Mattingly in, we could see the writing on the wall. Oh, we're going to hear about Mattingly becoming the manager early on in the season. And if Rob Thompson doesn't get off to a great start. And what happened? The Phillies didn't get off to a great start. They ran into a couple of good teams, the Braves, etc. And boom, he's gone. He's out of here. And now Mattingly's in charge. And it feels like he has a little bit different of a message. He's still a little bit more of a laid-back guy, kind of like Thompson, but he's a little bit more fiercer, it feels like, with some of the decision-making.
Well, I think he has more of a voice with the decision-makers.
Yep.
Whereas, listen, your kid is your boss.
That's crazy.
I mean, you have to have more of a voice when your kid is the guy you're working with. Where, listen, it's not like you tell your kid you don't know what you're talking about, but you're saying, hey, listen, Preston, I'm telling you, I know you guys like these platoons, but I think maybe we're better off not using them as much and just let Brandon Marsh play. And I listen, if you were to ask me right now, do I think Brandon Marsh will be a successful hitter against lefties? I do not. I think he does have a big enough sample size to say, I don't envision, but right now he's hitting like 280 against lefties. It's a small sample size. If you're asking me to predict, if he plays every single day, I think you're going to see his numbers plummet a little bit. But I think the Phillies are saying is the other guy's not doing anything either. The right-handed bat in the platoon, he's not doing anything. So I'll just take the better defensive player.
Can't be much worse offensively.
No, if you're going to get – Otto Kemp was hitting 080.
Well, I mean, and remember, in the offseason, in the spring training, they tried selling us Otto Kemp. He was a little banged up last year. We're going to get him in. He's going to be great. And look what happened. They've been trying to sell us on Kemp for years now. A couple of years they've been trying to sell us on.
To be fair, and Jeff Kerr, I got his tweet up here. They had a combined 43 at-bats since April 18th. So you basically had a wasted roster spot. Have you seen Felix Reyes' numbers since he's been sent down to the minors? Since Felix Reyes has been sent down to AAA, this is from our Jeff Kerr. He posted this on Twitter yesterday. I saw the numbers, and it's just telling you why you can't take anything from the AAA numbers. They just don't translate to the major league level. But Reyes, since being sent down, is hitting .424 with 5 home runs, 14 RBI, and 1,399 OPS. I mean, that's unbelievable.
It's a ridiculous number.
And he can't hit a lick at this level. I mean, these guys just aren't ready. They're overmatched. And I think Mattingly basically said, look, I don't have any faith in either one of these guys.
Yep.
Stop making me use them and go get me a guy. Because what I think he wants to do is, and it's what I talked about yesterday. Would you trade for Harrison Bader? And it doesn't mean I'm endorsing, you got to go get Harrison Bader.
You got a lot of flack for that on social media.
It was I would say it was like 60-40. I would say 60 were way against it, and 40 were like, yeah, bring back Harrison Bader.
I was in the airport. I'm looking at your tweets. I'm like, whoa, people are coming at you for that one because he's been struggling this year with the Giants.
Yeah, so he has been struggling, and that's the reason I brought it up. If he was hitting 300, if he was doing in Philly, in San Francisco, what he did in Philly last year, I wouldn't bring it up because the Giants wouldn't be willing to move him. The only reason I bring it up is because he's struggling. So do you buy low and say, we'll take the shot that this guy comes back here and he liked playing here, he liked the clubhouse here, he just, whatever it was, he fit. And I said, I'm not willing to give up anything more than pennies on the dollar. And my point of it was this. Play him in center field. He's a better center fielder than Crawford is, right?
Yes.
Defensively, he's better. And if his offense, if he hits 240, whatever his career numbers are, he's like a 240 career hitter. If he gets to that, he's giving you more offense than Garcia is. Put Crawford in left. I'm not trying to stunt Crawford's growth. I think he profiles better as a left fielder.
Sure.
Move him to left field. Move Marsh to right field. Now your outfield is Crawford in left, Bader in center, Marsh in right.
Well,
then you have Garcia as the 4th outfielder. He can go into right field late in games, move Marsh back to left field. Now your defense in the late innings of a game is Marsh in left, Bader in center, and Garcia in right. How much better of a defense are you than what you're throwing out there right now? And the worst case scenario is maybe Harrison Bader reverts back to the guy that he was when he was with you last year for 50 games. The other thing is you're paying him $10 million next season, which is what you've been doing for the last 2 years. You paid Kepler $10 million. You paid Garcia $10 million. And I feel that if Bader was willing to come back for 1 year and $10 million, he would have been back here already.
He would have, 100%.
So
and San Francisco's a bad team, Mike.
They're 14 games out of it.
34 right now.
So that was my reasoning of bringing Bader up. Not because of a reunion and people like to bring back players that were already here. It's because he's struggling and it would help this team out. So the Phillies essentially took what I said yesterday and tweaked it. They brought Baroa up to the big club so that they could get a real center fielder in here to kind of play there when they face a lefty. You can go and put a defensive center fielder out there and then keep Marsh in left field. Instead of using Sosa in left field, I think they want to try to keep away from Sosa in center field, in left field.
Yeah, he's an infielder. All right, he's a much better defensive shortstop, second base. You want to throw him at third base, wherever. The left field experiment, I think we got to keep that over here and not go to as much as possible. I didn't hate the Bader thing you brought up. I would have liked to have brought him back over the summer. I was not a fan of this Adolis Garcia signing. I said he is essentially a better defensive Castellanos. The bat is just not going to be there. Your idea of having him be that 4th outfielder, come off the bench as a defensive replacement in the outfield, I'm cool with because he can come up with a big hit maybe when he needs to. He's done it in the past, use him in the postseason late in the games, and he's got a rocket of an arm. You want to save some runs late in games. I'm cool with that. I didn't love him being this everyday guy that some people were propping him up to be this great player. Yeah, 4 years ago, he was a great player. He's not that guy anymore at the dish. It's just not, he's not that guy.
Nope. And listen, I understand you took the swing because you needed a right-handed bat. Last year, the move for Kepler made no sense. You didn't need a left-handed bat.
No.
This one made more sense. It's just not working. So I'm not ripping you. Last year, I said, what are you bringing Kepler here? What sense does that make? This year, at least I can understand.
He's a righty.
He's a right-handed bat. He's replacing Castellanos. I get that.
And there's no righties out there. There's
Yeah.
nobody out there. It's not just the Phillies struggling with a right-handed bat.
Yeah.
It's everybody across Major League Baseball.
Which is such a weird thing.
Yeah,
and,
isn't it?
I don't, know why you have such a problem finding right-handed bats. That being said, we will see if they end up getting creative. That was my creative way of saying, hey, listen, it's not because Bader was here. It's because Bader was here and he performed here, but it's more that he's struggling right now.
And you
that's the pennies on the dollar part of it. You're getting a player for pennies on the dollar that is struggling right now. So you say to San Francisco, you don't want to pay that guy $10 million.
And they're a bad team. That's even the best part about this whole thing. They're not very good. They're not in contention. What do they need a Harrison Bader for?
They don't. They're at the point where they are probably at buyer's remorse.
Yep.
And now with buyer's remorse, they decide, if you want to give me anything, I'll take that deal. The other deal that I don't know if you heard this one, Buster Olney the other day I believe he was on PTI. I was going to say,
Pardon the
interruption, PTI.
Legendary show.
He says that the Phillies could be involved on this player.
Tarik Skubal, who's going to be a free agent in the fall, would bring back a ton of value. And if he is traded, pay attention to some of the usual suspects, teams like the Dodgers, like the Phillies. I think the San Diego Padres will be an interesting team to watch because obviously Skubal could be a difference maker for that rotation.
Okay. So my question is, if you get Skubal, you obviously have to trade Painter. In the past, you may have been apprehensive. We've only seen a little bit of Painter. Are you all ready to bail on that Painter is not what you are going to hope for, and that you would be willing to do it for Skubal? If Painter is the main part of that deal, and he would have to probably be, hey, we're giving you Skubal, we want back Painter, and I would assume more than just Painter. I'm just saying Painter would headline the deal. You're doing that deal. Now your playoff rotation is Sanchez, Wheeler, and Skubal.
Are you trying to win a World Series right now? If you're the Phillies? Right now, right this second, this year, next year.
I don't think there's any other question to ask.
Right? Then you do the deal.
609-403-0973. The White Horse RV text board. We got a lot of people texting in throughout the show. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is going to join us at 2:30 today. Also, it's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat at 3 o'clock. We've got the Phillies Fastball tonight at 5 o'clock. We got football at 4 with Adam Caplan today. There's so much happening today. Now, we are at the Shoprite LPGA. This is the annual event right here in Galloway. We are outside of McGettigan's 19th hole, so stop out here, check out the little village here, walk through, make your way, come over and say hello. We've already had a bunch of listeners already. It's always fun to see people, and they always say, is that Josh? No, Josh is back at the studio. This is Nuggets, of course. We're out here. Where's working Vince out?
He's walking around social media. He's out on the course. He might be on the middle of a fairway. Who knows?
He could be. Now, last year, I remember our team got in trouble for being too far out on the fairway, right? They were walking around.
I think so.
They got
interns are no longer here.
All right, so Mike McGarry is going to join us. We will get his thoughts on all the stuff. I do want to get into this, too. MLB has put out their proposal.
Yes.
I want to get into that a little bit later because I think that proposal is trouble. Also, NBA approves the anti-tanking stuff. We'll get into that a little bit later on as well here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, while we have a couple of moments right now, let's bring in the tournament director. Ryan Deaver is here, and he's going to give us a little insight and information on the tournament, which is back here, the Shoprite. We were talking with Cheyenne Knight earlier this week, and she was the Team Shoprite representative. Ryan, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
Mike, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me.
This is the annual event. It's one of the longest running events, And, every year that we come, it looks like the crowds get bigger and bigger and bigger. And we always wonder, like, why this spot? What makes this spot what it is?
You're exactly right, Mike. Probably one of the busiest Fridays we've had in quite a long time, maybe the busiest ever. It's just something for everybody here at the Shoprite LPGA, powered by Wakefern. We're outside of McGarry's right now. The sun is shining, product samples and giveaways left and right. There's something for, kids, families, and folks that want to sit in an upgraded hospitality suite. I mean, sky's the limit. So we just have a blast doing it. The community comes out and supports, and ShopRite's really here to be supporting the community back. Earlier today, ShopRite announced they're donating $2 million back to area charities, which is taking the total. It's $45 million and growing since 1992 when we started the event, or when ShopRite started their partnership with the LPGA Tour. So an additional $2 million this year, which is maybe their largest annual donation at the tournament yet. And soon, obviously that number keeps growing.
So Ryan, I've been doing this here for years. We started out from over there, we moved our way up. And now what are some of the things that you've continued to add and evolve this tournament in the last 3 to 5 years?
I know. It really, that was a part of kind of the name change, right? We dropped the word classic, and we're celebrating that tradition now. And it's when we put our heads together, when Wakefern joined as the presenting sponsor of the event, it was, it's not your grandfather's ShopRite LPGA Classic anymore. There's a lot of additions, a lot of fun, and really it's our partners that help us do that. We're here at the McGarry's 19th hole, presented by the folks at Keurig Dr. Pepper. Out on the golf course, we have a new 10th tee viewing deck presented by our folks at Purina. Very cool, right? Gets you an elevated look. I think Charlie Hall's group teed off on 10 earlier today, right? So that's a great marquee group to watch. The Kimberly Clark viewing deck out on 17, always a fun time. And then General Mills is our partner on the 18th hole, the patio. We kind of call it the party deck at times.
I love the patio where the guy who is the volunteer has to always put his hands up like, guys, I need –
because it gets a little ruckus. It's kind of tough to have a full bar next to the 18th green, but
I've got to admit, I've brought people who have been told to quiet down. Not me, the people who came with me.
Listen, Mike, I've gotten told to quiet down myself too. So apologies.
I got to tell you though, for years ago, all right. So we did our show in the Village over here. Yep. You walk around and there's all sorts of cool things. The car that I bought was because I saw it here.
Yeah,
I saw the car here and I said, man, that car is really sharp. And I started walking around. And sure enough, I bought that make and model of the car, and I still drive that make and model.
What a story.
That was in 2000, and I want to say 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great that you found it here. I think that's one of the cool things for the brands and our partners is they're really featuring new and innovative products. Like that's what we have here at the McGarry's 19th hole. That's what we have here at the Fan Village. Different, whether it's the new Coca-Cola flavor for the summer. Great partners at the event. They support it in a ton of ways, and also the local community. But they're kind of featuring that new brand that Memorial Day weekend was just last week. Summer season's fully in store, and it's like you're gonna be going to your local ShopRite and finding a new product, just like you found that new vehicle here. So this is kind of like the kickoff to the summer season here at the Shore, and it's a kickoff to hopefully a lot of golf played for everybody around.
Yeah, and so there's so many people who have come over and over and over, familiar faces, but the people who listen and hear us say we're there every Friday and how much we love it, what would you say is like the itinerary of you coming one day, this is what you should do?
I love that, Mike. I've never got prompted that question. Well, first and foremost, you're going to get dropped off right here outside of the McGarry's 19th hole. You're going to walk through our Expo Village area. We're going to visit a dozen plus partners. You're going to grab your Kimberly Clark bag with brand new stock of Viva paper towels and Kleenex. You're going to head a little bit further to the McGarry's 19th hole. A wonderful spread. The food here, phenomenal. The drinks even colder. By the time you get a couple product samples at McGarry's, you're going to be on the first tee box. And I would really set up shop on that first tee bleacher for a little bit, taking the view down the bay course. Watch your favorite player, a marquee group, maybe somebody you've never heard of before, but you might find that that's the group you're going to follow for the day. I would probably lap 9 holes and finally get back to 18 and check in some of the action there.
I love 18, watching the precision from shot 2 to the green. It's unbelievable.
Yes. And I think my favorite sneaky, walking down 18, going to 17. It's a fun par 3. They're throwing darts all day long. We have a grandstand there. It's right in the shade.
Yep.
It's just over 100 yards, I want to say. I like them pin chasing on 17. If there was like a favorite hole that I want to stop at throughout the walk, it would definitely be 17.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate it as always for having us out
Thank
here.
you guys.
And everybody listening, make your own itinerary, but stop here at the Village, walk through, see all the little sponsors. They have we have the Celsius here. We've all ripping those right now.
They gave us one of the new flavors. I haven't even seen this.
I just did a La Colombe cold brew. That was my caffeine this afternoon.
You can certainly be overstimulated with the amount of things, but you will find something that you want to check out that you haven't seen or you want to try. And then walk the course. It's an unbelievable course. By the way, it looks great on TV too.
Thank you. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the broadcast earlier today. It's the big course is popping.
It is.
It looks great on television. So
weather was great today too.
Oh, God. Thank you for bringing that, Jets. Right? Thank you for bringing that, Jets. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that, team. Well done on the weather. No, we're in good spot throughout the weekend, too.
Well, we're in a great spot right now.
Yeah.
Ryan Dever, the tournament director
Thank you,
for the
guys.
Shoprite LPGA. We got plenty more coming up. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City joins us live right here on the set at Getting It Tonight hole at Shoprite LPGA, and he joins us coming up next.
And it just keeps getting better.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, we're back here at the Shoprite LPGA over at the McGettigan's 19th hole. That's where the Sports Bash is live. We just had a couple more people coming over during the break saying hello. We appreciate everybody stopping out. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is here. We're going to get into a bunch of different topics. What's going on, Michael?
Hey, how are you? Good to see you in person. Normally on the phone.
This is yearly we get out here.
Exactly.
Now. It's grown, man. This thing is grown. We used to sit in the put baby in the corner over there.
Yeah, it's really amazing, and it's such a nice day out here today. And after the winter we had, and the spring we had, and last weekend we had, there's a lot of people out today enjoying themselves, and it's good to see this event continue to get the support that it gets from the community.
Well, it's all weekend long. Stop out and make a day out of it. And the Phillies are out west playing the Dodgers. Here we go after Memorial Day weekend. These two teams faced off. The Dodgers win. They go on to win the World Series. Dodgers have a lot of injuries now going into this series. But what are we starting to feel about the Phillies after the sweep of the Padres now? Did that do anything for you?
Yeah, starting to feel pretty good about them a little bit. I glanced at the wild card standings today, and I think they're a game and a half, out of the last spot. I think the division is gone, but for a team that a couple of weeks ago was 4 or 5 games back in the wild card race, I think they've kind of righted the ship, and they've done it with starting pitching, and a good matchup tonight for them. Wheeler against Robleski, who pitched well early for the Dodgers. It's funny, Mike, the Dodgers, if you follow the Dodgers, Mike, the Dodgers are like a high school team. Their guys pitch once a week. I don't know where they get them from, but they don't throw every 5th day. Their guys throw Robleski throws once a week. Saki throws once a week. Their guys go once a week. Maybe that's why because most of their guys are hurt. The guys that are going to be pitching in October are on vacation right now or something. So a good matchup tonight for the Phillies with Wheeler going out there. And, we talked about this key, sort of 12-game stretch. So what are they now? 4-2 halfway through this 12-game stretch. It's pretty good. So good signs there. Troubling signs still there, but good signs.
Yeah, well, one of the things we opened up with today is the tweaks and changes that they started to make. You're seeing Marsh pretty much play every day now. They're giving him the chance to hit lefties, and he's hitting 282 against lefties, so he's doing it. They bring up Baroja today. They sent Kemp down. Now, that might not sound a lot, but I think the messaging is let's get a real defensive outfielder out there. He could play center. We can keep Marsh in left. Sosa out and left if we have to. Like, they're trying to tweak this team a little bit because they're getting nothing from that bench. So they figure if we're going to get a guy on the bench, let's have him do something, defend and run.
Right, exactly. And Burrow gives them some speed too off the bench. I think the biggest factor is what Mattingly kind of said the other day. And Mattingly is really, I don't want to use the word amazing to deal with, but Mattingly, if you just listen to him, he just tells the truth. Not that Rob Thompson didn't tell the truth. He just says these things, and he says a matter of fact. And I think sometimes they go over our heads till we like review the transcript or something.
Wait,
like the other
day, you gotta
day,
go back.
Right. The other day, he basically said, well, yeah, I could shift guys around the lineup, but they're the same guys and there's nobody to replace them. So, and I think that's where he is with like guys like Stott, Marsh. The right-handed hitters are not punishing left-handed hitters. So why not keep Marsh and Stott out there?
Well, his point was, Mike, I'm going to stick with the defensive guys.
Right, exactly.
If the other guys aren't hitting, they're not better defensive players.
Right.
So why would I risk defense if you're not hitting?
Right. Give them the opportunity because they are maybe overall better players. And again, I just can't help but think that the problem of the right-handed hitters is at some point going to bite them as they go forward. It's just I know it's throughout all of baseball almost, but to me, they're going to see a lot of lefties. They're going to see lefties out of the bullpen. And until those right-handers punish the other team for bringing in a lefty, like you bring in a lefty to face Harbor and Schwarber, well, he's got to face Turner somewhere in between there if they're batting first, second, third, or if it's Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Garcia, whoever is that righty up has got to punish that lefty reliever. And until they do that, I don't know if they can win a World Series, but they're certainly headed in the right direction and playing better.
Well, that said, the Padres, who were in first place out west, when you see their lineup and you got Nick Castellanos hitting fifth, it makes you really say, Things aren't so bad here.
It's the same. They've got the Padres look like the Phillies. It's the same problems. They've got great pitching, and they've got right-handed hitters that aren't getting the job done, basically. And like you said, they are, Philly cast off Nick Castellanos. He's batting fifth the other night for the Padres. So it's half dozen one, 6 the other. Like I said, it's a problem throughout all of baseball. I never thought you'd see you think, Mike, growing up that there were 20 guys on every street corner that hit right-handed batters who could hit. Apparently that's not the case anymore.
Well, if you're at the deadline, you're the Phillies. There's no fix at the deadline. Who are you going to go out and get?
Exactly.
There's nobody really out there, Mike.
Exactly.
So if you're the Phillies, what is your approach heading into the deadline?
Yeah, I don't know, because in the past they've tried to go out and get your Austin Hayes or get this guy or get that guy, and it hasn't worked. So again, to me, the Phillies face a decision. Do you either go big and try to get a big-time guy in here, a superstar in here, a Mike Trout in here, or do you just ride with the current guys you have? Because, again, I don't – what the guys you tried to bring in the past, your Austin Hayes, I'm blanking on the guy's name, plays center field for the Giants now. Hunter Bader. I mean – they've been okay. Well, Hayes wasn't any good. Bader was okay. But, they didn't put the team over the top. So, again, I think Mattingly has made the right decision here. He says, I'm just going to play the guys that are here. That's all you can do as the manager.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I put out a tweet yesterday about Bader. And I said, if you could get him for pennies on the dollar. He came here last year. He hit over 300. He had 5 homers in 50 games. He was a spark plug. He played well.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying I was all for letting him walk.
Right.
But you've been paying these guys $10 million a year to come play. They would have paid him $10 million if he was willing to take 1 year.
Right.
Well, half this year's over.
Right.
Would you just, for pennies on the dollar, say, I'd bring you back to play center, move Crawford to left, move Marsh to right. Now you have Garcia as, now again, he has not had a good year. He's only hitting 190.
Right.
Well, actually, he's at 167.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of he's hit 2 grand slams, I think, which are a lot of his, a lot of his numbers are because of that. And I was worried about Bader only for the reason that he was coming off a career year, and I didn't know if I wanted to sign a guy coming off a career year. Plus, I'd seen him play for the Yankees, for the Mets, and the Hunter Bader that you're kind of seeing this season, Harrison Bader that you're seeing this season, is the guy who's been throughout his career.
He's 167 right now.
He's a little bit better than that, but I mean, he's not a 300 hitter.
No, I think he was way over his head here. But if he hits 240, like if he's better than Garcia offensively. Yeah.
I mean, Garcia,
he's very good in center as well.
Right. But to me, I think you owe it. Again, you could review it in at the end of July, the beginning of August when the trade deadline comes. But to me, you still owe it to Justin Crawford. You can't pull the plug on the Justin Crawford.
Move him to left.
Yeah.
And then Marsh plays right. And Garcia is basically the late inning right fielder. Marsh moves over to left field. And, you look at your outfield. Now your outfield, you got Bader in center, Garcia in right. You got Marsh in left. That's a really good outfield.
Yeah, it gives you some options offensively, but I don't think it puts you over the top, basically.
When Buster Olney mentions the Phillies as a suitor for Skubal, does that do anything for you? You say, why add more pitching?
Well, you can never have too much pitching, right? You can never have too much pitching. And again, it is a theory, right? If you're going to lean into this team's strength is starting pitching. So you say we're going to go into the postseason with the starting pitching that would scare any team. So why not? It is a theory. Let's add to the strength and make that strength even stronger and try to win that way. Embrace winning that way.
You go.
I could see it as
Sanchez and Wheeler
and Luzardo as your number 4 guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a team in baseball that's not going to be afraid or not afraid, but wary of playing the Phillies in that situation. So it is a theory. Hey, we've got great pitching. Let's make the pitching even greater and really ride our strength into the postseason.
And then you'd have to trade most likely Painter to get Skubal.
Right. I mean, maybe even Crawford and maybe even some of the other younger players. I mean, he's not coming lightly. But again, I think that points to the question, Mike, that the Philly management has to make. Do they go all in to try to win this year with this group, because I think we can all agree this core group. This is kind of their last ride. This core is not going to be the same going into 2026. So do you go get a Skubal, go get a Mike Trout, and say we're going all in, sort of burn the boats, and we're going all in this year.
Mike, I'd even argue last year was the last ride, because now you're bringing up the kids. Like, are they going to replace everybody? Like, I thought last year was really the last ride. You didn't know what Wheeler was going to do when he came back. He's been great. But are you going to go get a Skubal and go all in to win this year?
Yeah,
that's the question.
It's a question for John Middleton, because it comes with an expense, and or do you want to say we'll try to skate by this year, and then in the off season when we have more flexibility, when Castellanos is off the books, when Walker's off the books, when Bohm walks as a free agent, we have more flexibility in the offseason. There's more players available. What do we do there? It's an interesting question. And don't forget, hey, there's a labor situation going on. I know they're negotiating now, which is a good sign, but do you go all in on trying to win this season because you don't know, the rules you're going to be playing under in 2027, or I'm not a gloom and doom guy. I think, baseball is too successful now and makes too much money to cancel the whole season. But I can see a scenario where the season starts, April 25th or May 1st or something next year. So that's the question. I mean, do the Phillies, try? Here's I'm tired of them getting the Baders and the Austin Hayeses. If you're going to do something, I'm not so sure those guys are a big upgrade over the guys they got now. If you're going to do something, go get a star and let's see what happens.
Were you not the guy who asked Dave Dombrowski, where do you find the Kike Hernandez?
Yeah, that again, that's the key guy. That's the key type of situation. Because again, you look at the team they play this weekend in the Dodgers, and the Dodgers have superstars all over the place. But they also have Kike Hernandez. They also have Edman. They also have Andy Pages. They have guys who are better in October than they are in July and August. And the Phillies right now, their role players, their Bohms, their guys, they're not better in October than they are in the regular season.
No, they're not. You mentioned the labor situation. They did make an offer, and they want to have a ceiling and a floor, but they're willing to do a higher percentage of revenue sharing for, it almost feels like the players are cutting their nose to spite their face in this situation, because you never see the fans generally say, we want you to do this. And they're saying, no, we don't want to do this. And then you're saying, well, wait a second, we could get more revenue through the television if we do this. They're willing to give us 100% of local revenue. So I don't know. I do feel this is going to be interesting, but everybody seems to think that this is a non-starter, and that if that's your first offer and you're not willing to budge, we could be in some trouble.
Well, again, that's because baseball has the strongest union out of all the sports, right? And they have a history of not, of never giving into a salary cap. And I almost think like now it's like you don't want to be the current players or the current members of the union who give in to the salary cap. But in some form, a salary cap is coming. And you're right. Management's argument for the salary cap is Bryce Harper's of the world might not make as much, although I don't believe that. But the average player is going to see their salary go up because you're going to force the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Kansas City Royals, the Miami Marlins to pay more.
The floor is what would help the situation here. The ceiling, I don't know. They can make the ceiling unattainable for the most part.
Right.
But you need a floor to say, Tampa, you can't spend $75 million. You got to spend $175. That would be more of their fix. The cap isn't their issue. It's the floor that they need to
But
fix.
I'm not so sure, even if there was a floor, that the baseball union would agree
I
to.
agree.
Now, the point of the floor is rising tide raises all boats. If you're a first or second year player and you're making, I don't know what it is, I think it's about $750,000, $800,000. Maybe that goes up to 1.5, 1.6, something like that. I find it hard to believe, you look at the salary cap in all sports, nobody's throwing any benefits for the top guys in any sport. They all, what is it? Joel Embiid's going to make $70 million. Now, I know there's only 15 guys in basketball as opposed to 26 or in baseball. But, to me, the baseball has too much momentum right now. The game is in a good place. You look at interest. You look at what they've done with the pitch clock. Games take 2 hours, 20 minutes, 2.5 hours. I think the game is much more popular and much more watchable than it was 4 or 5 years ago. I would find it hard to believe that they would, cut their noses off to spite their face. And also, I'm not so sure that the current political climate or the current economic climate where people are going to tolerate professional athletes walking out and going on strike. I don't think this is the time for that.
Yeah. All right. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Before we get out, real quick, Game 7, who wins tomorrow night?
Oklahoma, because it's in Oklahoma. I think their championship DNA will,
How do you no-show the game last night?
Yeah.
Horrible.
I mean,
jeez.
I could see, I almost think last night they kind of fell behind early, and then they were like, okay, well, this is a loose game. Let's say, we got Game 7 at home. Let's try to save for that. But I think their experience, I think the Spurs are still maybe a bit too young. But Mike, I hope the game goes 9 overtimes. I hope it's the longest game in the history of the NBA, and I hope it's a physical contest that wears on both teams and leaves both teams exhausted, crawling off the floor, basically.
Saturday night, listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Game 1 of the finals, Wednesday night on 97.3. Mike, have a great rest of the weekend, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road. And check out pressofac.com for all the Shoprite LPGA. Can't say classic anymore. Shoprite LPGA, powered by Wakefern coverage.
All right, we are live. Mike is live here. Stopping by. We are over at the McGettigan's 19th hole here in the little Shoprite LPGA Village. Stop on out and see us live. The leaderboard, Lydia Beck is in the lead right now. 8 under. She has a 2-stroke lead. Beck with a 2-stroke lead here at the Shoprite LPGA, powered by Wakefern. When we come back, Bob Wankel joins me in the next hour for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. We're going to get down and dirty on this Phillies team. Where are they 50-plus games into the season as they get ready to face the Dodgers in a National League Division Series rematch? That's coming up at 3 o'clock on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bash is live at the Shoprite LPGA. We are outside of McGettigan's 19th hole. And, of course, we'll be here till 6 o'clock tonight. And if you stop on by, make sure you stop out and say hello here. We've got a whole bunch going on, including on the other side. We'll talk to Bob Wankel for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast. And, of course, later on, our Phillies Fastball segment, our own Jeff Kerr was in Reading last night to check out the Phillies' Gage Wood, who made his home debut for the Fightins, and find out tonight at 5 o'clock what he told Jeff Kerr about his performance last night that really stood out. Dave Dombrowski was there to watch him. What does that mean? And when we come back, are the Phillies in need of a fix, or have they fixed all their problems? It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat with Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast. Stick around.
home of the Philadelphia Eagles. Sixers.
Bang! It's good. Ball game.
And Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
All right, hour number 2 of the show. We're live at the Shoprite LPGA. This hour of the show is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage. We're at the Shoprite LPGA right outside McGettigan's 19th hole. We appreciate everybody coming by and saying hello. And holy moly, it's a beautiful day out here. But the Phillies are out west. It's going to be late night, Apple TV Plus tonight for the Phils. I got to renew my Apple TV Plus, I guess. I didn't renew it yet. I guess this is tonight. I got to do it. It's a 10-10 start. I probably won't do it. I'll be snoozing by then. Bob Wankel's back from Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat. And a lot of people said, I love the Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat. We got to bring it back more regularly here. We've all been busy and crazy. There he is. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast is back for a Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat. What's up, buddy?
Not much, man. If you get me 80 degrees and sunny, I'll take a trip down there on a Friday. I'm in. So just say the word.
This is our favorite event. We've got Tim from McGettigan's. He's putting the food in for us. We're ready to go. We've got a great view of everything. But the Phils tonight, we'll get a view of them with Zach Wheeler on the mound. We got Sanchez pitching historically right now. You got Wheeler rocking and rolling. 50-plus games in all of a sudden, have we changed our outlook after the 9-19 start, or is it same old Phillies for you, Bob?
I mean, look, they are 20-8 since this managerial change. I mean, they've played really good baseball, and we saw San Diego this week, and we know that that's not a great offense. But the fact of the matter is the Padres are 10 games over 500, and Phillies went on the road and got a sweep over a really good team. So you can't even really say, oh, this is all about the schedule and it's softening or any of that. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think a real indication of where the Phillies are at is that the Phillies were favored in every single of those 3 games against the Padres by the time first pitch happened, including the game in which Aaron Nola started, he's arguably been the worst starter in the National League this year, going up against a guy that has a sub-3 ERA. So we all might be miserable here, and we all might have a lot of doubt. But when you turn to the odds makers, it's very clear that they believe that the Phillies are one of a handful of teams that can make some noise in the National League still.
Well, I think we all believe if they can get into the playoffs, which at one point looked like that was kind of bleak, they've now put themselves firmly into the wild card situation. Is this a team, though, that needs a tweak on the peripherals or needs to do that big move that they have not been willing to do in season?
Both. Look, I mean, this is a team
Get greedy. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a team that can pitch with anyone, and I'm as critical as anybody about the Phillies and their shortcomings and their unwillingness at deadlines past to really go and make the splash moves. Although you could argue that 25, they were semi-aggressive with Duran and Bader. But I think certainly this team has a number of holes. We've spent a lot of time talking about the right-handed hitting. Their right-handed hitting in terms of average on base percentage, slugging percentage is either last or second to last in all of baseball. It's not good enough. I think that they need a little bit more depth in the back end of the rotation to give Painter a spell and to really create some cushion in case something goes south with one of these guys, whether it be performance, Painter, Nola, or just injury. They have no rotational depth whatsoever. So I would think ahead of the deadline, they will add smaller peripheral pieces. But yes, it does beg the question. This team is aging. They have another opportunity. Here they are yet again. How many times can you How many cracks in it can you really get? Yeah. Zach Wheeler has done miraculous work to get himself back to this point and pitch as well as he has thus far. It's been remarkable, and you want to feel like that they're going to do everything possible to give these guys a chance to get over the hump. And I think right now it's pretty obvious that while a contender, they're not a team that you would say like I expect this team to do postseason damage.
Let's talk a little bit about the peripherals. Now, I put out a post yesterday that's got a ton of reactions so far, and I just literally innocently said, listen, Harrison Bader, he's having a terrible year. You could probably say we'll give you pennies on the dollar to get you out of that contract. Is that like, why do we always go back to the guy we had here? Or is that like, if you could get him on pennies on the dollar, you put him in center field, you put Crawford in left, you put Marsh in right. Does that entice you at all? Or is that, why do we always go down the road of bringing back the guy? Because the only reason you bring it up is because he's been terrible so far. If he was good, you obviously wouldn't have a shot at getting him. But I would imagine the Giants would like to get out of that contract, and the Phillies would have been giving out $10 million contracts to right-handed, well, not even right-handed bats. Kepler didn't even hit right-handed. But, hey, you get a $10 million contract, and you get one too. Why not dance with the devil you know if you can get them for pennies on the dollar? I'm not giving up anything of value. Does that make any entice you at all?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think that certainly everything has to be on the table. And look, I mean, the reality of it is that if you go through Major League Baseball this season, look at corner outfielders that hit from the right side, the production has not been there. I mean, I think right-handed left fielders this year have a 680 combined OPS, guys that have primarily played their innings in left. Guys that have primarily played their innings in right field are hitting 690 from the right side with 690 OPS, I should say. I mean, so it's not like this game is loaded with right-handed corner outfield talent, guys that can hold down those spots. I don't think that the contract would preclude the Phillies from doing it. By the time you make that deal, you're looking at basically 1.5 years and you'd owe them roughly $15 million. That doesn't seem outrageous for a guy that you know fit well in your clubhouse, produced while he was here, would probably bring a spark the way that he did a year ago. I mean, he's not the first guy that I'd have on my list, but I do think he's a guy that's worth some consideration. And by the way, Mike, look at the standings. There aren't that many teams out of it. There aren't that many teams that are, you know, hey, here we are on May 29th out of the race. I mean, as bad as things have been for the Red Sox this season, it's been a disaster in Boston. They want a clean house. They're one decent week away from holding a wild card spot. I mean, the game's wide open. So how many sellers are there going to be? And right now, as we talk, the Giants certainly seem like one of them.
You said he might not be the guy on the highest on your list. Do you have a list?
I think it's just too early. I mean, you look around the sport, and I think you can really only say right now that there are 4 or 5 teams that would be absolute sellers in this moment. And that's the tricky part. Like, you know, you and I want to sit here and say, make a splash. You have an aging team. You have to go. It's time now. And like, I feel that. I think everyone feels that the Phillies, if they want to be for real and they want to get down and do this thing, now's the time to go make that splash. But again, like, who is that guy? I heard Jim Salisbury earlier this week talk about the first baseman from Houston. And like,
Christian Walker.
Yeah, and, you know, 35-year-old doesn't really make you any younger. Certainly, the contract's not outrageous. He's under control next season as well. But again, the issue there is like, can you kick Bryce Harper back out to a corner outfield spot for 1.5 years? Like, I don't know. The bat would be a dream. You know, guy's got 15 home runs this year, 857 OPS. He's been awesome. But does that fit with what Bryce Harper's going to want? You know, is he going to go stand out there for another year and a half? Like, I don't know, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you legitimately think that the Phillies and Bryce Harper want to move back and want Bryce to go play right field?
No, not at all. I mean, I think Bryce would be willing to do it for half a season or for a few months. I don't think that he'd be nearly as enthusiastic about doing it for more than that. And I don't think that would be the Phillies' first preference either. But you're going to have to get creative here. And
yes,
you know, you're going to hear Mike Trout for the 4th straight year. And like, they're going to have to probably do something that's a little bit uncomfortable. And you heard Buster Olney yesterday, I'm sure, on ESPN talk about Tarik Skubal. And if you can't improve your offense, then why not just go all in on the pitching? I don't think they'll do that. I really don't believe that they'll do that, nor do I think they need to do that. Because I think when you talk about Jesus Luzardo, that's about as good as it gets in terms of overall upside and ceiling for a number 3 starter in a playoff series. So we brought this up. We haven't went deep into it yet, but is the mindset of we can't get the right-handed bat, we're not improving this offense, let's just go Skubal, Wheeler, Sanchez, Luzardo's our 4th, have fun trying to face us
in a playoff series.
Yeah, you already know that we're not going to hit in the playoffs, so we're just going to prevent you from scoring any runs.
Right. I mean, can you get me one run a day?
Yeah.
Like,
they're going
though, like,
to have.
Is that your mindset? Is like we don't know how to improve this offense. Let me ask you this. Why do you think that there's such a dearth of right-handed hitting? Do you have a theory, a thought, or nothing? You got nothing?
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, I've heard it in the last couple of days floated out there that at youth levels, it's kind of being ingrained when possible to try to train hitters as lefties. That they tend to be a little bit more appealing at the college level and the professional level. I don't buy that necessarily. I don't think I've ever seen, and I mean, I've been in youth sports and developmental baseball for a very long time. I've never seen someone say like, hey, I know you want to pick up that bat right-handed, get on the other side of the plate and do it. But no, I really don't. I think it's just a thing where, look.
Oddly enough that you say that, I was coaching a game last night, and a kid who's missed the last couple games for me shows up to my game last night. He's hitting leadoff, and all of a sudden he's batting left-handed. I said, when did you start hitting left-handed? He said, oh, one of my coaches said my swing left-handed looked pretty good. And I'm thinking it might look good, but the ball don't leave your bat with any velocity. Like, I don't know.
Look, I mean, we've had switch hitters forever. And at some point you have to make a decision. Maybe I can hop to the other side of the plate and try it. And that's okay. I mean, I just don't think that is why in 2026 that you have this, as you said, dearth of right-handed hitters. Now, the only other thing I'll say about this is that we are in a historical downturn for offense across the sport right now. I mean, runs per game are way down. OPS is way down. No average is at an all-time. I mean, it's like borderline. I don't think we've seen averages this consistently poor in decades. I mean, it's just it's a weird time in this sport right now, and the pitching's definitely ahead of it.
Yeah, well, listen, we went through that era of the launch angle and everybody trying to teach this launch angle swing. And I think the pitchers were just too good and then said, if you're going to swing like that, I'm going to throw right through your swing. Like, I think they adjusted so quick to hitters trying to hit everything out of the park, and that these pitchers are just absolutely dominating them. And all this generation of kids who were taught how to hit like that are struggling their way through the system to catch up to these pitchers who throw 99 with nasty stuff all over the place.
There are some people out there that believe, like, if you look at the Tampa Bay Rays this season, they've gotten off to a good start. And there was a tweet about this. Someone had it out there in baseball Twitter this week. They're not really a team that relies on power. They don't strike out. They're very contact oriented. They're in the bottom, I believe, 2 or 3 in Major League Baseball in terms of average exit velo. Like, there's just a lot of bat to ball and chaos, and it's working for them right now. And there's questions of whether or not this is an against the grain, everyone zigs, we zag type of thing that was done on purpose, or if it's sort of coincidental and they happen to be having success with it in the short term. Is it sustainable? I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat where we take a look at a lot of things with the Phillies team right now. They did put Schwarber in the leadoff spot. They went Turner number 2. Don Mattingly has said it doesn't really make that much of a difference, but do you think that is a better way to set this lineup up?
Yes and no. I mean, look, I think that Don Mattingly is ultimately correct. If you have 9 hitters and only 3 of them are producing, that no matter how you jumble it up, ultimately you're going to get about the same result over time. But in the case of Trey Turner, look, I believe that Trey Turner desperately wants to make good on his contract, make good on the expectations, be a spark plug for this team, be an impact player. I know that he's not the most fiery guy. Sometimes you kind of wonder, like, yo, man, is there anything like going on in there? Like, are you bothered by this? But I can tell you, and I think they talked about this on the broadcast over the weekend too, that, Saturday night's game, he's hitless again. He's in the cage. That game didn't finish at 5:30, mind you. I mean, this is Saturday night. He's in the cage 90 minutes trying to grind and figure it out. And you start to wonder, when a guy is just going so poorly for so long, do you just need to change the environment? Just give him a different look, give him a different feel. And, he gets flipped to the 2 spot. And, he has 2 games this week in which he homers. He knocks in 3 runs. He's showing a pulse. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that at some point you do have to make a change, even if over 162 or over the next 4 months, it's not a huge difference. I think right now in this moment, Trey Turner desperately needed something different.
Are you, Bob Wankel, buying Brandon Marsh as an everyday player?
Well, on this team, absolutely, because there is no platoon option to force Don Mattingly's hand. There's nobody on this bench that makes you say, hey, we need to take Brandon Marsh out of the lineup. And it's only been about 40 at-bats, I want to say thereabout, maybe give or take a couple. But he's hitting over 280 against lefties in a limited sample, around 700 OPS. Like, he's holding his own against left-handed pitching right now. Mm-hmm. So, yes, I mean, given the production that he's had, he's been one of the few guys that's been consistently good offensively. You can't take him out of the lineup right now. I think if the Phillies had their preference, they'd obviously love to see Brandon Marsh be an everyday guy. That certainly was not the plan coming into this. But fast forward 60 games, Otto Kemp's been sent down twice. They just don't have a viable alternative in this moment.
No, they don't. And I agree with, Don Mattingly saying, listen, we don't have a viable option. I'm going to play my defensive guys. I'm not going to put Otto Kemp out in left field if he's not hitting. So I'll just stick with the guys. So I can appreciate him giving us that message. We are into the month of June almost. We will be there when by Monday, So does Bob Wankel believe that Alec Boehm will finish the season as the Phillies' third baseman?
I would say that it's more likely that he is not the third baseman by the end of the season. I don't want to belabor the point for people that listen to this conversation frequently. I am not an Alec Boehm believer. I guess credit to him to raising his average to 212 as we talk right now. There's 23 qualified third basemen in baseball this season. He's 18th in OPS. It's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. And I think that the Phillies, when we talk about being creative, everyone's fixated on the outfield. I think they have to keep an open mind and say, all right, is there a scenario in which we bring in an infielder here and do a shuffle? And maybe that's stop moving to third base. I just don't think I think that Alec Boehm is a big problem for this team.
Now, as this conversation is going, a gentleman handed me something for edibles. I don't know if he thinks our conversation has gone off the beaten path here, but Red Oak Dispensary says, here, buddy, you might need some edibles here with this conversation with the way the Phillies are playing right now. That being said, Boehm, 56 games in, major disappointment. And listen, we all know he is what he is. But the other question is, the right field situation. Is Garcia, are they looking to upgrade, or are they done trying to just go get the Austin Hayes and just saying, look, this guy plays defense. He was very good in the playoffs a couple of years ago. Hopefully when the lights get brighter, a la Akike Hernandez, where the guy stinks all season and then he comes up in the bright lights. Do you stick with Garcia and Wright, or do you have to? We talked about Kepler all year and they never did anything there. They ended up platooning him with Castellanos.
I think it just really depends on where they're able to make the upgrade. One thing that I firmly believe is that the Phillies will do something of significance. Now, is that the type of move that makes you kind of like swerve off the road when you hear it? And no, I don't know that it's going to be that, but I think that they're going to do something meaningful to change this offense. And if they do it in the infield, then maybe Adolis Garcia survives that, and they just say, yeah, all right, you're going to have a 600 OPS all year, but you can run around and play a premium right field defensively. We can live with that. But, I mean, certainly when you look at his production and lack of production, I mean, his last 15 games, he's 3 for his last 43 with 24 strikeouts. He's hitting 070. I mean, and the thing is, Mike, the biggest problem about it is you look at his average, you say, oh, he's hitting 201. He's hitting 220, 225. I could live with that. But there is absolutely no slug there whatsoever. His last 15 games, he's slugging 093. So, I mean, at some point, though I value his defense, and maybe he sticks on the roster as a defensive replacement, gets some run once or twice a week, you'd think there is a scenario in which this does not pick up in a hurry that he's not going to be playing much longer. But You just don't know. I mean, look, he's been so bad that as much as Max Kepler was just kind of like vilified here, Max Kepler this time last season had a 720 OPS. Like, he's miles ahead of what Adolis Garcia's done so far.
Well, and Kepler, once they got him into a role where he was strictly platooning with Castellanos, he actually, held his weight at least, But that's where you get a player, and I don't want to throw Bader back out there, but if Bader was playing center, Marsh was playing right, Garcia now becomes the fourth outfielder who can play the outfield late in the game. You got really, really good defense with Garcia, Bader, and Marsh. I mean, that would be a tremendous defensive outfield. I don't know if you would platoon him and Marsh together. Maybe you get to that point if Marsh struggles against lefties mightily, but I think they got to find a way to upgrade the offense. You can't keep putting a guy out there hit 201 with those numbers.
No, and I mean, especially when it's paired with what you have going on at third base, the decline of Real Muto. And look, I'm not going to pick on Justin Crawford. He made a great play the other day on Wednesday, tracked down a ball in the outfield, but his defense is graded out below average this season, and he simply isn't hitting enough. And if everybody else was doing their job, I think you could say, hey, he's a rookie. He's feeling his way through it. The numbers are not good, but they're like passable, sort of. But given what's happened around this lineup, it kind of puts a little bit of a spotlight on Crawford too. You go like, is this good enough? So they're going to have to do something. In fact, they're going to have to do two things.
I was going to ask you, how long do they ride with Crawford at 229 and now an on-base percentage under 300?
Yeah, I mean, it worked for him in minor leagues, but the ground ball rate is over 60%. It's the highest ground ball rate in all of baseball. And there was some concern about would that play at the major league level, and thus far it hasn't. But in fairness to him, we're sort of having this discussion in the midst of he came out and he was okay. And I think the pitchers and teams have made an adjustment against him. He's 5 for his last 44. He's really struggling right now, but I think you have to let him work through this a little bit. I wouldn't be quite ready yet to say like, hey, this isn't going to happen. He can't contribute this season. I would let him kind of get a little bit more run here to try to figure it out.
All right, Bob Wankel, before we get out of here, Brad Keller was the big offseason addition. Are you running him out in the 8th inning of a big game, or are you ready to supplant him with maybe the guy who many people were ready to get rid of at the end of last year, Orion Kerkering? What is your thoughts in the big moment of an 8th inning?
I think right now I would continue to go to Keller right now because it's May 29th and you brought him here to do a job. And I think that he is, though he's been very inconsistent, he was shaky in San Diego this week.
No command, man.
Yeah, I think you have to, at this point, continue to try to give him some opportunities. Does that mean every single time? No, I mean, I think you look at your matchups and try to figure it out, but I would keep him in that rotation, trying to give him key outs in the 8th inning because you need him. Yeah, you need that guy to figure it out. And if he's not going to figure it out, I think you need to create a big enough sample that you can definitively say come August, like, this is not our guy. He's not going to do it. So in the short term, yes, but it'll reach a point where if we're having the same conversation 3-4 weeks from now, I would have a different answer, I think.
All right. Well, we'll do it again in a couple of weeks, maybe even next week. People have been asking. He's back, Bob Wankel. Check him out on the Fighting Words podcast. You can always hear his Philly stuff there. But a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat is unbeaten. This is the Christopher Sanchez of Phillies conversation right here, everywhere. All right, bud. We'll catch up soon.
Talk soon.
All right, Bob Wankel, Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. Check out his podcast, the Fighting Words podcast with Anthony Sanfilippo, and of course, the Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here on the Sports Bash this hour. Josh, it's brought to you by your friends and my friends over at the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
Listen, like Christopher Sanchez, you want to be on your A game if something happens to you, a slip and fall, a car accident. Don't be embarrassed. Let the law offices of Craig A. Altman help you. Make sure you don't lose to the insurance company. The insurance company, they want to score runs on you. They want to delay, deny, give you as little as possible. Let the tough lawyers who can handle the tough cases be on your side. Of course, they are located on Delsea Drive in Vineland. Give them a call at 856-327-8899, or you can visit them online at craigaltmanlaw.com.
All right, Beck stays atop the leaderboard here at the Shoprite LPGA. She's got a 2-stroke lead on the opening day of the Shoprite LPGA Classic. We're just talking to Tim from McGettigan's here. He was talking about how unbelievable this weather is. And I just took a little walk around the village back there. It is jamming with people. But you got time to stop out here and come and see us. The Sports Bash is live. Coming up when we return on this beautiful, beautiful day. We got so much more to dive into, including Adam Caplan for today's Football at 4. That is coming up in about a half an hour. But when we come back, Buster Olney said something that really stood out that could change the Phillies' in-season plans. You'll hear what he said coming up next.
We have the Phillies covered.
Swing and a drive, right field, way back. Forget it. Out of here. Kyle Schwarber hammers one over the right field wall.
Get the best Phillies baseball coverage on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Memorial Day savings are happening at the Home Depot. Get up to an extra $1,000 off select top brand appliances like Frigidaire. Plus, get free.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Tarik Skubal, who's going to be a free agent in the fall, would bring back a ton of value. And if he is traded, pay attention to some of the usual suspects, teams like the Dodgers, like the Phillies. I think the San Diego Padres will be an interesting team to watch because obviously Skubal could be a difference maker for that rotation.
That was Buster Olney on PTI. Keep an eye on the usual suspects for Tarik Skubal. Those include guys like the Phillies, the Dodgers, the Padres. But the Phillies, I would ask this question, okay? We're live at the LPGA, Shoprite LPGA. We're right outside. We get against 19th hole. Of course, Mike Gill in the Sports Bash. Nuggets is live. I'm going to ask you, Nuggets, and Josh, you can chime in on this one as well. Skubal. You said, obviously, you're going to have to give away a bundle. This is the interesting part about a conversation like this. If I was to talk about this last year, you got to give up Painter, Crawford, and Miller to get Skubal. Let's just throw that out. Last year, when you've never seen them play, you're more like, I can't do that. That's too much to give. Well, now you've only seen them play not even half of a season. Would you be willing to give up those three guys to get Skubal?
I think if you want to go win a World Series with this core, and Dave Dombrowski's done it in the past, right? Now you've seen them, like you can't, they're very young players, okay? Painter is so young, you don't want to just give up on a guy. But if you can get a chance to get a Skubal in the prime of his career, 29 years of age, one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitcher in baseball, to add to Zach Wheeler and the rest of that rotation, oh my goodness. Sanchez, Wheeler, and Skubal in a division series in an LCS, I mean, Mike, you got to make the move. If that's the case, I know they don't want to part with the young players, but man, if you can get a player like that and just go all in on your pitching staff, I can't fault the Phillies for going for it. I can't fault them for it. I would do it. I would do the deal if the right deal presented itself. You had to probably give up Painter. You probably have to give up another couple prospects and just go into the season and say, hey, we're going to go for it. We're going to try. I would do the deal if you could get a Skubal.
Josh, that's the deal. Take it or leave it.
I'd be inclined to leave it for one specific reason, guys.
Ah.
He's a free agent. Are you promising me he's going to be here? Are you promising me he's going to be here beyond this
There's
year?
no promise of that.
That's a lot to give up for a rental.
You're taking your shot with this team right here, right now.
Yep.
It was performed by Jesus Jones, by the way. I think somebody also remade the song.
I have no idea what song you're talking about. Not a clue.
Dun, 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 dun. Right here, right now. You know that song?
No. But I would go right here, right now for Skubal.
Josh, you know it?
Oh, he's got it.
Here we go. You know the song?
I can't say I do. This is Nuggets, young and Nuggets coming into play here.
Flipped on the radio.
I was listening to Drake last week. You think I know this?
Hey, we don't know. Maybe you like some old stuff.
I do. I do like some old stuff.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
All right. Who sings this song?
You're asking me?
No, Josh. He's the one who just played it.
Yeah.
Oh, I already know the answer. I looked it up. It's Jesus Jones.
Yeah.
There you go.
I was just making sure I was right. I didn't want to assume.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought you were doing trivia with me, and I was like, well, that'd be cheating. I got it right in front of me here.
Jesus Jones.
Yeah, no cheating, Josh, back there.
So that's the deal. No, he's a free agent, and there's no guarantee that you bring him back. If you bring him here, you got to figure out a way to sign him. But you're giving up Painter, Crawford, and Aiden Miller. Those are the three guys. If I'm Detroit, I'm calling right now, and I'm saying I'll give you Skubal. Those are the three guys I want back in return.
I'm out.
I'm in. What is your future anyway with those guys? I mean, there are a couple of guys, yes, but your core you're stuck with for the next 7 years, like Harper, Schwarber, you got them on long-term deals. Are you going to get out of those contracts?
How
Are you
old
going to rebuild?
Skubal?
He's 29.
Skubal's 29.
I got Skubal, Sanchez, and Luzardo
Yeah.
at the top of my rotation for the next 5 years. If
No,
I
you
can
don't.
sign Skubal back.
If you sign Skubal.
Right. If I can sign Skubal
I
back.
think they would.
But
I
keep
got to
this
look up
in
who
mind.
Skubal's agent is.
Okay, keep this in mind. I am getting Castellanos' number off the books. I am getting Taijuan Walker's numbers off the books. I'm probably going to have Bohm. I don't know. Bohm doesn't make more than like $10 million.
No, he makes $10
He'll
million.
be off the books. Garcia's number, that will be off the books. So I will have a pocket of money to be able to go and sign a player like
Skubal and more. You could probably go out and get Skubal and more when all those guys come off the books.
Skubal's agent, by the way, is Scott Boras.
Shocker.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's going to be a bundle of money, but the Phillies have shown one thing. They are willing to pay a price for pitching. They are willing to pay Zach Wheeler. They are willing to pay Christopher Sanchez. They're willing to pay Jesus Luzardo. They're willing to pay Aaron Nola, for God's sakes. So I don't fear that they wouldn't write the check for Tarik Skubal, especially if they're giving up the amount of guys that I just threw into the conversation. And you're giving up that many guys, you cannot let them walk out the door.
You have to know you're probably going to bring him back if you're going to make the deal. And you're just going all in on this pitching staff saying, you know what, our pitching's better than yours. That's how we're going to go farther into the postseason this year.
Well,
that's what you have to do.
Then the next iteration of Phillies is, as you know, you've got Schwarber, you've got Real Muto, you've got Harper, you've got Turner. Now you've got to try to say, how do we fill in? You've got Dante Nori, you've got Arun Escobar. Like, you got to hope that the group of guys like Bowman, Stott, who have not turned into all-star players that you were hoping for, that the next group of guys, because Aiden Miller you'd be giving away. I don't know what everybody thinks about Justin Crawford. Does everybody look at Crawford and say, you're disappointed? Do you look at Crawford and say, I like what I've seen, and I think there's more room to grow? Are you out on Crawford? Or you want to be patient on Crawford? He's an interesting guy because he's not a home run hitter. He's not a power guy, and he got off to a hot start, and now he's really struggling. So I don't know where the Phillies fans are with Crawford so far right now.
That's an organizational philosophy that the Phillies have to make. Are we going to be patient with these guys? Are we going to be patient with Painter? Are we going to be patient with Crawford? I know Aiden Miller is banged up. Do we want to be patient with these young guys? Or just say, you know what? We have all this money invested in Schwarber, Harper, Turner, Wheeler, Sanchez. This core right now to go for it. And if we can add the best pitcher in baseball to that core over this year, hopefully next year, there's no lockout, etc., then I think you have to go do that because this is the time to win. The window is right now. They haven't developed players very well in the first place over the past 15 years anyway. And how did they build this team, Josh? They built it through free agency. That's how they built this team. So if you need to rebuild and retool, they've done it through free agency, and John Middleton's opened the pocketbook up.
If I could spin the question back to you guys, Nick, you just made up a good point that they have these young guys. We have no idea what they're going to turn into, right? So Mike and Nick, let me ask you, they have been holding on to these guys for years. The Miller, the Crawford, the Painter. They trade away Abel. They trade away Taid. So what is the messaging then if you're trading them now? Like, isn't that counterintuitive, the message you've been giving for the last 5 years?
You didn't get a player like Skubal offered to you maybe in the last 5 years.
That's the best pitcher in baseball. He is the best pitcher in baseball other than like Christopher Sanchez. That is your 1-2 punch with Wheeler. I don't know how you could turn that down.
That would be my answer to Josh. What your question is valid and fair. But my response would be, I haven't had an offer of Tarik Skubal offered to me at any point for one of those players. I don't know what the highest level of player over the last 3 to 5 years has been for Painter or Crawford or Miller, but I don't remember Skubal level player being involved in that.
So, for example, the reason why I'm asking is because, if you remember last year when Mason Miller got traded to the Padres, you remember that deal?
Yes.
The Padres traded their number one prospect, and I had to look up who the other prospect was, okay? But I know one of them was the number one prospect. The Phillies weren't willing to give up their number one prospect for Mason Miller. So are we saying that Skubal is
Yes.
more of
Hell
a
yeah.
okay?
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm trying to decipher, because I'm thinking from a fan's perspective, right? I'm trying to take my media guy hat off and try to be a little less objective for a second. Like, as a fan, I've been told for years, Painter, we can't trade him. Crawford, we can't trade him. Miller, we can't trade him. And now you're telling me that I'm willing to trade these guys for Skubal. Like, the fan who might not watch every baseball game, like guys like me and Nick, we watch baseball like a bunch of nerds, okay?
Different thing. The difference here, Josh, is Miller's a closer. Skubal's a starter.
Mm-hmm.
The more value is in the starting pitcher. And they showed you this. They were able to go out and get a closer by not having to give up Andrew Painter.
Right.
So they got a closer, maybe not Mason Miller, but they got a guy that I think is maybe right up there with Miller, if not a notch below, without giving up Painter. If you're going to give up Painter, now the problem is Painter now has major league exposure.
Yep.
And that, I think the major league exposure, it was interesting conversation with Abel last year. Did it help and hurt him? He came out like gangbusters, then he kind of fell down a little bit, but he ended up in the end, the exposure that he got in the majors got you Johan Duran. Is Painter sought after enough? I think so. I think people still look at Painter as that guy can lead my rotation someday.
Right.
If you're Detroit and I can't pay Skubal, I need to replace him with a young top of the rotation guy, Painter would be a guy that I would take back in return. Now, I'm also saying here's Justin Crawford and Aiden Miller in this deal. Miller, if you're the Phillies, you've got back problems. You have intimate knowledge that maybe this guy is never going to be the player that we think he's going to be.
Honestly, I don't think they would have to go up all three. I think Dombrowski would probably have to go up 2 of the 3. He might be able to sneak out of there with 1.
Well, I don't think it's a 2-for-1 deal.
No, but what I'm saying, the top out of those 3 guys, out of Crawford, Painter, and Miller, I don't think he'd have to give up all 3.
Right.
I don't think that would have to happen.
I don't know. Do you send a Stott or a Bohm? Do one of those
Sure.
two entice them at all? Probably not. Wouldn't entice me, but maybe they say, I don't know. Where's Detroit in the standings right now?
Oh, they're second to last in the Central.
Yeah, so they're going to want young players.
Detroit, for those who don't know, Detroit, so this was talked about LMB Network for the last few weeks, which is Detroit is considering being in sell mode because
but that's the thing. They're considering it, but these things like McGarry, Bob said, you have 1 week where you play well.
Detroit is now in last as of last night.
You say last, but they're 10.5 games out of
first.
That, but in the wild card race, they're 6 back, even though they're the last team. They're the worst team in the American League. Jeez.
Yeah.
But they're only 6 out.
Yeah, like they're still within the realm, and it's what? It's not even June. It's May 29th.
That's right. And like Bob said, 1 good week.
You're back in it.
He talked about the Red Sox. 1 good week, and you're right back.
Well, that's what this third wild card did. Like, you don't know who's buyers and sellers at the deadline because the third wild card kind of keeps everybody in the mix. And with Detroit only being 6.5 out, they're still in the mix. So do they want to say, we have that 1 good week. We're back in it.
But I will say also, it's not just Skubal that's missed time recently. Mize got injured again this week. Kenley Jansen's got inflammation in his groin. Read into that what you will. You know, they got half their starting
you ever
staff
have inflammation in your groin?
Not me. Not yet. Not yet.
I don't even know what that means. What exactly is that?
He basically pulled his groin. That's what really happened. But, you know, these press releases always make me laugh. Like the descriptions.
Some of these injuries, actually just keep it like hockey. It's a lower body injury, all right?
Now, the one thing that you have to keep in mind, too, now Skubal has probably, they're saying he should be back in a couple of weeks. Right?
Yes.
So he is currently not pitching.
Yes, he's hurt.
Does that bother anybody?
No, not one bit.
No,
but I think that helps the value of the trade. Go ahead, Josh.
I would say no, only because of what he was out for. It was a loose body in his elbow. They were trying to get it to prevent any
At least
further.
It's not a burning groin.
Right, it's not a burning groin. Exactly. He ain't Kenley Jansen or Casey Mize.
Groin.
Inflamed groin. What do you use for that? How do you fix that?
Ben Gay.
I was gonna say, is there a topical for that?
BioFreeze right over
there.
there.
BioFreeze over there.
Yeah, the BioFreeze tent right over there for the inflamed groin problem. Jeez.
No, those are no. Skubal had a loose body in his elbow. They wanted to get rid of it so it didn't cause any more inflammation.
So, but he's been throwing. I saw him have a bullpen session the other day. Wasn't he facing live hitters?
Yes. Batting practice.
Jesus Jones, right here, right now. We're live at the Shoprite LPGA Classic. Not Classic. It's no longer the Classic.
No.
It's the Shoprite LPGA presented by Wakefern.
Powered by Wakefern.
Powered by Wakefern.
I got corrected
Josh
on that.
Josh will be here tomorrow. Josh will be out here tomorrow. So if you can't get here today, you can stop out tomorrow. Now, we are right outside McGettigan's 19th hole, where we are every single Friday for the tournament. And the weather's great.
Oh, couldn't have been better.
I will say this. On the other side, we got the unsportsmanlike moment of the day that takes a look at what the NBA decided to do about tanking. That's next. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
Tomorrow on ESPN Radio, it's an interleague showdown at PNC Park.
Buxton, fly ball, left center. Going, it is gone.
Byron Buxton and the Minnesota Twins face O'Neal Cruz and the Pittsburgh Pirates.
There goes a missile to right center. Carry, Cruz.
The Twins at the Pirates. Coverage begins tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern with first pitch at 4:05 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listen to Major League Baseball all season on 97.3 ESPN.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I think who probably benefited the most was probably the commissioner, right? I mean, I think this is what he has set on doing. Certainly it was a big topic at the All-Star break. I didn't think it would be as drastic as we saw it, where you're now giving 16 teams the opportunity. Most of the odds are flattened here. With that, I think it's going to be interesting just because there's so many picks that are owed in the next three. This rule is only from 2027 to 29, so there's a lot of picks that are still owed out there that could come back and invite a couple teams here.
That was Bobby Marks this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, brought to you by Broadleaf Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. 609-390-3907, online, broadleaf.net. So he's talking about the new lottery odds in the NBA. They have flattened the odds. They have added 2 more teams from 14 to 16. Now 16 teams have a chance to get the number 1 overall pick. And if you're the worst 3 teams, you have the worst odds. So, too drastic, not enough, just right. I've been saying for years, the team that's the best team that doesn't make the playoffs, they get the most ping pong balls. So this goes a little bit towards the way I was going. In other words, if you finish right now, let's say you're in 11th place, the first team out of the play-in tournament, you would get the same odds as the team that is the 4th worst team in the league.
Right.
You hate it, like it? What do we think, everybody?
I don't like it. I just think it's too much. This is on the teams. Maybe you hit them in their pocketbook. I think that would be a little bit better. I don't know. This is such a tough situation for the NBA. They've done this to themselves. But it's a start, I guess. But I don't know. The worst team should be able to get a top guy when they,
No, they shouldn't. This is a step in the right direction.
I guess.
Because the worst team should be able to get a top guy if they are legitimately the worst team. Now, listen, I was a big fan of what the Sixers did because they manipulated the system. The system was rewarding losing. And in the world we live in where information, and there's more information and more information, teams were saying, if you're going to reward losing, then I will lose. This is to say you need to stop losing. We're no longer rewarding you. So kudos to the NBA for stopping the process.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. You can get that on all podcasting platforms. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's the best place for game day, including Game 7 tomorrow night. Thunder and Spurs. Watch it at the Fanatics Sportsbook on big screens. Big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam Caplan is here for a Friday edition. Birds back on the practice field today. And Adam, you and I talked on Tuesday about the offense and what it will be looking like and how that will be the focus of these OTAs. We get any insight on what their offense might look like, including what this new pass game might look like when A.J. Brown is in fact out the door, as we all anticipate. What is left over and what does it look like for Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, Mike, Good Friday. Yeah. So, look, when we see A.J. Brown traded, and by the way, it won't be done for cap purposes until June 2nd. It can if they want cap relief, which is why they're waiting. They have to wait till Tuesday. And also it has to pass the physical, presumably with the Patriots, where he's highly likely to go. But once that's over with, Mike, let's take a look at post A.J. Brown. What's it going to look like? Well, we know that Mekhi Lemon will be a starter, okay? What they don't have is that physical presence at wide receiver, at least as a starter. Now, when they go 11 personnel, that's where Dontavian Wicks, who they've guaranteed $12 million over 2 seasons to. He'll do that. He's just under 6'2". He's long, lanky. He doesn't run fast, but he runs after the catch. He gives them a physical presence. And when they go what I call the speed package, that's Devontae Smith. That could be Barkley. You could go Tank Bigsby, honestly, or Will Shipley runs one on a straight line. But then you go with Hollywood Brown. You go with Eli Stowers, who's not going to play a lot as a rookie, Mike. Let's not forget that Zach Ertz played 41% of the snaps in 2013 as a rookie. The second-round pick, ironically. So he's not going to play a lot, Stowers. But when he does, he might play that X position. That's A.J. Brown's position. Zach Ertz played it for the Eagles. He did a little bit of it. Goddard's lineup in that. You don't line him up in a lot of snaps there, but you can do that. So there are ways to alleviate it. Obviously, it's going to look a lot different. You don't have A.J. Brown who could he's not a speed guy. He's just a physical presence who gets open and separates. But you don't have that guy. But Devontae could run. His pass targets are going to go up. Goddard, we didn't even mention him. As a slot tight end or as an inline tight end or playing the wide position. You've got a lot of formation variation. There are a lot of things you can do, Mike, but it's going to look completely different.
Yeah, obviously, without AJ, you go with more depth. Let me ask you about Devontae Real Smith. There's been a lot of talk of, what is he by himself without AJ Brown? He was the guy here, but he was a rookie that year. He was here without AJ Brown for a year, but he was a rookie. Do you think that he is a wide receiver one that can make all the plays and make all the routes, make all the catches?
Well, he's not going to play in A.J. Brown's position. He's just not. That's not his position. He'll play. He's the Z receiver. There's certain things you can do. Again, Stowers can line up in that position. Goddard can line up in it a little bit. But he doesn't have to be a quote-unquote. He's going to get his pass targets, Mike, to answer your question, they're going to go up. Because you're vacating a lot of pass targets. So they're going to spread them around. Smith will go up. His usage will go up. Mekhi Lemon will play a lot as a rookie. And then, Wicks, as I said, and Darius Cooper, I didn't mention, will play a little bit. Elijah Moore is a major long shot to make it. It's good. He'd have to have a great camp. He's not a special teams player, and that's a problem. So that's an issue. But overall, Mike, when you look at it, I think we're overrating that question because people are looking for stuff to talk about. Oh, could he take A.J. Brown's spot? He's not the same player. not in size, but in ability, route running, explosiveness. By the way, you could throw deep to him. He could do that. And you know Jalen loves to do that. Now, the offensive scheme is going to change because it's West Coast. More inside routes. He could run slants. By the way, when he plays inside, his numbers are very good historically. And you can play double slots with Lemon and Smith. So there are a lot of things you can do here. But just understand, Mike, nobody can replace A.J. Brown. They don't have anyone who could do what he can do.
Talking with Adam Caplan for today's Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash is one of the other guys, Hollywood Brown. Do you think that he's a guy that has a role on this team, or is he a guy that's not even guaranteed to make the team?
Oh, no, he's on the team. I'm going to give you $5 million wide. They guaranteed $5 million. He's not getting cut. That's not going to happen. He is their true shot play guy. Now, it's been a little weird with him. He's been hurt a lot, and he has not been the elite deep threat that the Cardinals thought they had, the Ravens thought they had. He's not averaging like 17 or 18 yards per catch like we thought he would, but he's been hurt a lot. He can do that. He can still run. Eagles think he can. That's why they guaranteed $5 million. He's not going to get a lot of targets, Mike, but as I said, when they go to their speed package, he'll be in there, and you know what? And he can line up as a vertical slot. You can do that with him. So they've got a lot of things they can do with this group, Mike. I'm really looking forward to what Sean Mannion sees and believes in his coaches. And let's not forget, they've got a brand new coaching staff on offense, Mike. For the most part, they've got a new staff, and it's good. Their thought process, other than Jamal Singleton, the running backs coach is back again, is really good. It's pretty much a whole new staff.
Yeah. Where do you fit the tight ends here, Adam? We saw what Tucker crafted in Green Bay, and the tight end usage there. How does that translate into this offense in your mind with Jalen Hurts and his propensity to not want to throw the ball over the middle?
I know, but you know what, Mike? I'm going to defend him a little bit, okay? And I understand God did most of his damage inside the 20. But again, as we've pointed out for like 8 months now, if you coaches, the way it was taught to me is that we always isolate throws. If you isolate certain throws last season, you go, wow, I don't know why he can't do more of that. Like the Charger game, yes, he turned it over 4 times, but he made some great throws. Going back to 2024, game 1 against Green Bay, one of the games that hurts his career, all sorts of throws all over the field. The Pittsburgh game 2 years ago, but not maybe his best game as a professional other than his first Super Bowl. He's capable of doing it, but on your point, Mike, will he do it?
Yeah.
Nobody can answer that other than the quarterback. But as far as Goddard, yes. Now, understand, Sean Mannion did not call the plays. It was only his second year coaching. He was their quarterbacks coach last year. But in the McVay offense, which is the genesis of Mannion's career, that's where you're going to see a lot of this stuff. The tight end did get the ball. Tyler Higbee got the ball. McVay, remember, he really does come from the Shanahan system, but he changed it to his own system, more of a McVay system now. It's really his own system. And then, Mannion will take some stuff from Matt LaFleur. And then don't forget, the passing game coordinator comes strictly from the Shanahan system.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be a blend of both. And, to answer your question, Mike, to move this forward, I expect fully the tight ends will be more involved. But it sounds great, Mike, but Hurts has to pull the trigger.
Question I get a lot, I'll get it to you, Adam, is what about the running backs over the years? Hey, they're going to throw the ball to the backs more? They're going to throw the ball? No, they're not. And they weren't lying. They haven't. So does Sean Mannion want to get his backs more involved in catching the football?
All right, I'm going to answer it this way. The Eagles have tried to get their screen game going over the years, but they haven't been able to do it for whatever reason. That's a 30 for 30 short, Mike, on why that didn't happen. We expected the screen game to be there a little bit. And Shipley could do very well with it, turning his hips, getting upfield. He's explosive. Barkley can do it. Doesn't have the greatest hands in the world. Very inconsistent hands. And, Bigsby's not much of a pass catcher. But, I answer your question. I expect the backs to be involved a little bit. But we've been fooled before. Hurts is not a check-down quarterback. He doesn't like doing it. But it's all about design, though. You have to put it in. That's the thing. That's what people don't seem to understand. He doesn't have to check it down. put it in the offense. We expect it to be in there.
All right. Well, guess what? And you mentioned, Shipley. I don't know. There's a guy that they really haven't had any role for. Bigsby doesn't catch the ball. They didn't throw him the ball either, and we know Barkley has struggled in catching the football. I mean, he has 2 drops that stand out in games that they lost.
No.
But Shipley, you wonder if that's a guy that entices Manning to say, you know what, I got to find a little package for you.
Well, that's a good question because he doesn't know, Manning's not playing with Shipley before. This is his first exposure to him in OTAs other than watching the tape. But, yeah, the thing is, Mike, to finish this off, they're not going to have A.J. Brown, but they have such a good pass target group without him. They just don't have his physical presence and ability. But also, John T. Filippo taught me this. You don't have to have so much talent. It's about how you use it. Flip in 2015 did such a phenomenal job with very little talent around him. He wound up getting a head coaching interview because he did such a good job. He made Gary Barnidge. Remember Gary Barnidge was a third-string tight end for most of his career?
Yep.
Right. John Flip used him and made him into a Pro Bowler because they had nobody else. He had to get the football. He schemed him open. Good coach.
All right, man. Well, obviously, everybody's very interested in what this new look offense will be. And then I guess the next thing, by the time you are back on for football for a week, you'll be back on Tuesday, but on Friday, will A.J. Brown still be here?
Well, Mike, again, Tuesday's the first day. Just so you know, Mike.
Tuesday, 4 o'clock, you'll be on. I think it's Tuesday at 4:01. They can trade them, something like that.
No, they could do it. No, Tuesday. No, Mike. It actually is that on this thing. It's got to be anytime on Tuesday. So, but understand, there's no time. There's no deadline to do this. It's not a trade deadline thing, so they don't have to do it Tuesday. But for cap purposes, the earliest they could do it is on Tuesday. And by the way, I did enjoy your talk with Bob Blanco. I really enjoy that as I am in my car on a long drive. So I did enjoy that. But one thing, Bader is making 13.5 or 12.5, I think, or 13 million in 2027, and it's all guaranteed. Don't forget about that.
Well, everybody in baseball is always guaranteed, but Bader, but they've been giving out $10 million contracts to all these guys who have stunk.
I know, but Crippler hit 18 homers last year.
By the way, actually, he's making 10.2 next year. 10.2.
What was the total for Bader?
He got 2 years. Yeah, 2 years, 20.4. So 2
What's
years.
he making this year?
He's making 10.2 this year and 10.2 next year.
10.2, Mike. I know baseball GMs at clubs are more willing to walk away from money, not like the NFL teams are. But he is so bad this year, Bader. It's just hard to believe.
He's been terrible. I think he's hitting 167 right now. 167 with a 196 on base. He's been arguably the worst player in all of baseball, but that's why you could get him for pennies on the dollar.
I know, Mike. He was so good last year.
He was awesome.
Moshe and I were like, I could not believe, Jeff follows baseball more than I do, but I follow it fairly closely. But Jeff said, that's the problem with him, is he's never played this well. Well, guess what? He's never played well since then.
Well, hey, Adam Caplan, I know you follow basketball, big Sixers guy. Who wins Game 7 tomorrow night?
Oh, OKC, man. They're not losing. And by the way, I ran this. I'm going to leave you with one thing I want to pick up with you at one point. I ran this by Josh, and just only for the teams that they're with. Dombrowski with the Phillies, not with any other team where he did a great job, but just for the Phillies. And obviously the Sixers' former GM, Daryl Morey.
Yep.
Who would you say has done a better job? I'm just curious.
That's a good question.
I know.
Well, I would have to say Dombrowski has done a better job because they've been to the playoffs all 4 years.
But
Whereas,
but just based on transactions only.
That's harder because you're under such constraints in the NBA with what you can do. In baseball, you can just hand out contracts like they're candy. Hey, you want a contract? Here you go.
That's my point.
So,
you made a great point. Yeah?
No, I think Morey did a better job than he was given credit for, but his negatives are the 2 contracts that will overshadow all the good that he did with Embiid and George.
Well, McCain McCain, look, I'm in pain watching McCain.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it.
I hated that trade too. So yeah, you could add that to the mix as well. But and I said this the other day. I opened my show with it. Dombrowski has done a great job of getting them to a level, but he hasn't made that move to get them over the top in 4 years now.
Well, he's also butchered right field, Mike. He's missed on 3 players very badly. You made a good point with Evan Cohen a couple weeks ago. I thought I enjoyed that conversation. We could beat Maury up on a lot of things. I do agree that he's overrated, but to get out of that Al Horford contract was phenomenal. I follow cap stuff, so I thought he did a great job there. But
yeah,
this is another discussion for. I just want to bring that up because I've enjoyed your little conversations there.
Thank you, buddy. And I always enjoy our conversations. We'll do it again on Tuesday with Adam. Monday, Mosher's back for Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
All right, man. See you.
It's always great to, I know Adam, because we're at the Super Bowl with Adam, so we hang out with him off the air a lot.
Yep.
And, he gets into and every time we're at the Super Bowl, it's the trade deadline for the NBA. So we get into these, deep Sixer conversations off, the radio. And then Mosher, who is a big baseball fan as well. We love talking a little off the football with those guys here on Football at 4, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN.
I love how he brought up Jared McCain because he's starting in the Western Conference Finals. Do you believe that? I mean, how about that? That he is starting in the Western Conference Finals. They had him in the G League. Mike, you were calling his games.
He was in the G League. I called one of his games. You're right. He was in the G League for him as he was coming back from injury.
Yes. But still, I mean, it's not a good look.
Listen, I hated the trade.
Awful.
They made the trade. I don't like it anymore now. And something like the Paul George deal, I didn't like it, but I understand it. The Embiid thing, I don't like it, but I understand
Sure.
it. McCain, nah.
I mean,
I don't like it, and I don't understand it.
The amount of guys the Sixers could have had that are playing in the game still, McCain, Champagnie, Mikal Bridges, they drafted, traded away. I mean, it's crazy. You go down the list of role players that are making significant impacts on multiple teams in this postseason. I mean, it is just outrageous.
Sickening.
Paul Reed was making an impact with the Detroit Pistons. I mean, come on.
Well, guess what? There's going to be another trade that we just talked about involving A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
And we saw, yesterday we had on my buddy Nick Cattles, who does the Locked On Patriots podcast. And, everybody believes that it's going to be the Patriots and that this is going to get done. And as Adam said, Tuesday and get done. Will it happen on Tuesday? Will it happen on Friday? Will it happen Wednesday? Who knows? But, Josh, I know former NFL wide receiver Steve Smith, who's a very opinionated guy, offered some insight on this whole situation. What are some of the key takeaways from something that he said today?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Steve Smith Sr. was on the First Take show. He is part of the new NFL Network bundle deal with ESPN. All the NFL Network guys get to go on ESPN. And they got into a conversation about A.J. Brown, and he started the conversation saying, I want to, and this was him. He actually told Joe Fortenbaugh and Stephen A. Smith, you guys need to shut up for a minute. We got to start. This is the main point he wanted to start the conversation with about A.J. Brown and his future no longer as a Philadelphia Eagle.
So disrespectful to say that they're better off without him. The acquisition, why he was brought in to elevate the room. Anytime you make a trade, you elevate the room. Does that guy make me better? Hell yeah, he makes them better. Unfortunately, the offense for the Philadelphia Eagles at times has sputtered along. It has at times been average. Sometimes it's been spectacular, but you can't have the emotional roller coaster that you have experienced with the Philadelphia Eagles, with the pay and the expectations that the brotherly love city has.
That was eloquently put there.
It was. Here's the thing, right? And it's funny. You have Steve Smith and Stephen A. Smith on the same show, which is crazy in itself.
Yeah, that's not confusing at all.
Yeah, no.
Notice how I didn't use any audio from Stephen A.
Listen, it's gonna get done. Will it happen on Tuesday? I don't know. Could have happened Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Sure. Could they work out all the details? Fine. He hasn't said very much on anything.
That's what Cattles brought up yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that Brown has been eerily quiet throughout this whole thing.
He's a very calculated individual. Like, AJ Brown's, he has stayed out of it. He went on the one Dudes on Dudes podcast, which was a horrific listen. And that was essentially it. That was all you had was the wink from Julian Edelman and himself. And that's really all you've gotten from AJ this entire offseason, other than the camp. Remember, he had the camp in the Philadelphia area not too long ago.
During which he told me he loved them multiple times.
Yeah, he loved them. Don't listen to everybody. That was really it.
He did recently get married.
He did.
So
Jalen Hurts had comments on that.
But, that could be a reason why, he has been kind of MIA.
That's part of it. But he's going on Twitch streams in the past. He's jumped on these different podcasts. So
Smith's point in this whole thing is that you brought Brown here to elevate your pass game because it wasn't good enough before he got here.
No. Well, and that was also a younger Devontae Smith. Mm-hmm. You didn't have as much depth as you have
who
now.
Played that year?
God.
To refresh my memory.
Josh.
Who was the wide receiver opposite Devontae Smith in 2020? What
Greg
was that,
Ward?
2022?
No, Ward wasn't here anymore at that point.
Nah, he was gone by then, right?
So it was Smith and then whoever, and then they brought Brown in.
Well,
right?
while I pull that up, so Smith went on to say that he doesn't think AJ Brown is a bad guy. It's just that
I don't think anybody thinks AJ Brown's a bad dude. He hasn't got in trouble. He's not off the field,
right?
Do anything. He's not Josh Jacobs. I mean, he's not doing anything like these guys are doing. He's not a bad dude.
Well, your number 2 receiver that year was Quez Watkins, 43 catches for a touchdown and 3 drops.
Yeah, he was bad.
That's not good enough.
So to preface that, I don't think anybody, Steve Smith Sr., is saying that A.J. Brown's a bad.
But he said that if he thinks that people don't like about A.J. Brown, it's not that he's a bad guy, it's something else.
Over time, just like everything else, people move on. And they're going to have to move on. But he's well beloved in that locker room, in that organization. He's respected. Yeah, some people may not like the way he's aired their dirty laundry, but don't make it seem like he's a headache and he's a problem child, because he's not. Just because he's expecting and expressing that he wants to be better.
Well, I mean, we were at the Super Bowl and had on multiple Philadelphia Eagle teammates.
Yep.
And I thought Nakobe Dean, when we brought up A.J. Brown's name, the dude was ear to ear.
He was at the wedding.
Was at his wedding. But said, that's my boy. That's the first guy that I talked to. The defensive players, Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship, we had those guys on at the Super Bowl. They all spoke. Now, listen, what are you going to say? But you could see, yeah, AJ's a good guy. They don't really want to say too much about him. There's a way body language comes across. These guys were like, dude, AJ's my boy. That's the first guy that I talked to. So I don't think people think he's a bad guy. I don't think people think he's a bad teammate. I think what he said in the beginning of this whole thing is what we all kind of feel is sometimes things just run their course. Sometimes, we've got the most we're going to get out of you, and there's not another level to get to with you.
Well, even Jalen echoed that sentiment during his media availability the other day. They've made a lot of money together. They've won a lot together. They've done a lot together. Now, are they on the same page as they used to be? And, Godfather and all this, and as they close they were, FaceTiming each other when AJ gets traded here? Probably not.
Well, listen,
it's run its course.
How many friends do you have that you met when you were their age, when they met?
Didn't make him the Godfather.
Now, I called my buddy that I grew up with the other day. Just out of the blue. I haven't talked to him in a while. I called him. Now, he did call me back. But I just said, you know what? I haven't talked to so-and-so in a long time.
Sure.
Let me give him a call. But I would talk to that guy almost every single day at a time in my life. Now, the last time I talked to that guy was, I don't remember the last time. Right.
But I think
I have another guy I haven't heard from in quite some time that used to text us all the time.
You got a guy. Another guy.
You were in that conversation on that.
Oh, yeah, that guy. I know that guy.
Yeah.
I know that guy.
Haven't heard from that guy in, since Moses wore short pants.
That guy, yeah, he's going MIA. Anyway, It's run its course. And sometimes that happens in relationships, buddies, etc. And him and Jalen, something happened. Brandon Graham brought it up before a couple years back that there was something there. And at this point, yes, he had 1,000-yard seasons like every year of his career. But now, it's time to move on. The relationship is just over.
All right, hit me with one more.
Yeah, so I want to get to at least one more from the former NFL wide receiver, Steve Smith, where he talked about, he says, if A.J. Brown is no longer here, the attention then turns to somebody else.
The problem is they've had way too many offensive coordinators. They're trying to find the right person. But I truly believe this is happening. With the Philadelphia Eagles acquiring Wicks, the Philadelphia Eagles drafting Mekhi Lemon. So this is what they're saying. We're going to put everything available to you to make sure we have this assessment. Because let's be honest, Nick Sirianni is on the hot seat. And with Nick Sirianni being on the hot seat, at some point, if it's not Nick Sirianni is the problem, who do you think they're going to go to? Because they got rid of A.J. Brown. You run out of people to fall on the sword.
Is Nick Sirianni on the hot seat?
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. The guy's made the playoffs every single year he's been.
Yeah, that would be if the team brought in this whole new offense. I think you can make that argument then that he wouldn't be.
He's under a microscope, a little bit more of a microscope.
If the offense struggles,
sure.
Well, let's say this: what if the offense is great and the team still struggles?
Oh, then is he under more of a microscope? This is his offense.
What if the offense is really good? Do you want Sean Mannion to walk out the door and replace him again and have another new coordinator? That's what makes it very hazy, fuzzy. Yep. All right, when we come back, it's the Nuggets are back. We got the Nuggets on the other side. We've been having the jerky all week. I need a different flavor.
I got you. Don't worry.
All right, on the other side, Nick's Nuggets are here on the Sports Pass live from the Shoprite LPGA here in Galloway at the Seaview. We are outside McGettigan's 19th hole. Stop on out tonight and see us.
All comes down to this. It's winner go home. One final game with a trip to the NBA Finals on the line. It's Game 7.
There's been a lot of legendary Game 7s. We want to be a part of that.
Game 7 of the Spurs and Thunder. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listen to the Western Conference Finals. Spurs, Thunder. Game 7 on 97.3 ESPN.
For over 22 years, Riptide Bait and Tackle has been the go-to spot for anglers of every level. You've got everything you need, including fresh bait, the largest selection of gulp in South Jersey, crabbing supplies, rods, reels, tackle, apparel, and more. Even famous Stocks pound canes. Riptide is a Shimano top shelf dealer and a Penn Gold label dealer, plus home of the famous Riptide Rodders. Follow Riptide Bait and Tackle on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok for daily fishing reports. And stop in before your next trip.
with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 mobile app.
Welcome back, everybody, live at the Shoprite LPGA. And, of course, we are outside McGettigan's 19th hole, where everybody stops on the way to and from the tournament. You can stop on out here all weekend long. Josh will have Hanging with Henning here tomorrow. And, of course, that is noon to 3 right here on 97.3 ESPN, right after the locker room. Now, you're off the locker room tomorrow.
Off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Off tomorrow. By the way, shout out Josh coming back with a little Drizzy Drake,
Okay.
as I mentioned earlier. You probably didn't know this song.
I've heard the beat. I don't know the performer.
It's Drizzy Drake, that's for sure. It's good to be back, Mike.
Yeah, you
Little
got tough jerky to beat, though. That jerky was
right.
tasty.
I know. I heard Josh did a fantastic job while I was out and about doing nothing, sitting on a beach, getting a tan, going a little golfing. Saw Mr. Negadelphia out there.
Nice.
So a little golfing. I put a couple in the water.
I don't know
lost
that
a
I've
couple
ever
of
met
golf.
Mr. Negadelphia.
Gotta meet him. Good guy. We'll be up here soon, I think.
I'm trying to think.
You might have met
I
him.
don't think I have.
We'll get him up there. We'll get him up here. And I put a couple in the water. Went a little golfing, little tanning. Nobody bothered me. Turned the phone on DND.
Gotta love it.
It was fantastic. But we're back. I'm happy to be back. I'm refreshing. We got a 3-pack of
Am I going to be jumping off the wall for my second Celsius?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I have them every day. I have like 2 a
I've
day.
had them before, but like the problem with I
I'm not
drink them
sleeping.
as if they're water.
Me too. That's the problem.
I just keep because I'm thirsty, and it's like I'm just kind of like
Yeah. Well, you might not sleep tonight. I'll tell you
We
that.
talk for 4 hours every day. Like ask Josh, I go through water like you wouldn't believe.
I know. He gets the water. Josh is a Celsius guy, too. I'm sure he'll get a couple tomorrow. They're right next to us, by the way. They close up shop for the day, but they'll be here again all weekend. And they give us some new flavors. I didn't even know about the Blue Raz Lemonade. Outstanding.
I'll give it a try. There's 2 of them there. Yeah,
that's awesome.
The
All right.
watermelon here. I'll try this one too.
I'm a big fan
Not
of the
tonight.
watermelon. You're not gonna have another one?
No, these are for tomorrow. I got work tomorrow.
You do. All right. Moving along. Let's get into these nuggets. Got a couple minutes here. First nugget of the day. I saw this earlier on Clutch Points, and Brett Siegel put out an interesting little nugget regarding Nick Nurse. Did you see this, Mike? Did you hear anything about Nick Nurse? It's been kind of quiet, et cetera, et cetera. Well, guess what?
Nick Nurse, you might want me back, but I don't want to come back.
No, it has to do with Masai Ujiri, who is now in Dallas.
Okay.
So here's a quote from the Clutch Points article in Brett Siegel. Quote, while he was with the Toronto Raptors, Ujiri was never afraid to target assistant coaches or first-time head coaches as he did with Nick Nurse and Darko Rajakovic. Speaking of Nurse, some have mentioned his name as an intriguing candidate in Dallas, but the 76ers are not prepared to grant the Mavs permission to speak with their head coach should they reach out, sources said. That's the end of the quote. Could you imagine if they hire someone new, it's Jameer Nelson, whoever, Bob Myers said, you know what?
Mike Gansey.
You're granted permission.
West Virginia better than
There you
St. Joe.
go. And you're granted permission to speak with our head coach, and we could trade Nick Nurse. Is that something that even entered your stratosphere, your mind? Trading Nick Nurse?
No, it wouldn't have entered my mind. 1. 2, I would think if somebody reached out to try to get Nick Nurse to be the head coach and was willing to offer you some sort of compensation and you said no, that wouldn't go over too well with the fan base. I think the fan base was surprised that Nurse was back to begin with, not because they hated him, but just because you want a fresh coat of paint. I would think this is a perfect way to say, you didn't really want to get rid of Nick, but somebody wanted him, and it will probably give us a little PR spin in a positive way. Let's do it.
If you're offered a first-round
done
pick for Nick Nurse,
Done.
Who's your next head coach? That's another problem
Listen,
you got to figure
you
out.
see who Orlando's hiring, somebody off of the Spurs
Yes.
staff. The next head coach for your favorite team is most likely going to be a guy you've never heard of before. That's just the way the league is going. They're all hiring the next young guy. The guy who's coaching the Spurs right now. Does anybody know that guy?
No, nobody. Everyone probably was like, where's Greg Popovich? I thought he was still the coach.
The guy who coaches Oklahoma City. Does anybody know that guy or where he came from? Seriously. Does anybody know where the Oklahoma City Daniel came from at all?
Probably
Anybody
not.
know Mitch Johnson?
The casual fan? Absolutely
But
not.
that's my point, is that's who's now infiltrating the league as the head coach.
Yep.
They're finding these guys who you've never heard of before that have just put their, that's the way this is. The Nick Nurses of the world. Now you can go say, well, Mike Brown, he's going to the NBA Finals. So there is still an avenue for, this is what, his 5th team that he's the head coach of? So there's still an avenue for those guys, but they're becoming, and I think did Jeff Van Gundy's name come up for a job
his
somewhere?
name came up. Yep.
Yeah. So I would think if the Sixers could get out of the Nurse deal, they should listen, but
2 second-round picks? We know how much Daryl Morey loved those second-round picks.
Done. Well, by the way, you might not like the McCain trade, and I'm not saying I do. He did get 3 second-round picks in that deal and a first-round pick.
He did.
I think the compensation that he got for McCain was fine.
It just didn't spiral into anything else.
Well, there's a lot off this. They didn't need to trade McCain because they needed guard help.
Yep.
Now, Grimes is a free agent.
Oh.
You're not even sure that you're going to get him back. So to trade McCain and not even know whether you can get Grimes to come back, that's another reason why that trade was rough. Because if Grimes walked, and I'm not going to be like, you can't let Grimes walk. Grimes to me stinks.
That's what I mean. Like, are we sure we want to bring back Quentin Grimes? Does he really fit?
Got to have some guard.
I know, but he didn't really do much. He didn't make an impact at all. Jared McCain's making an impact everywhere, like all over the place in the Western Conference. Who's starting the other night?
Grimes is a streaky scorer off the bench who, when he's going really well, can score 25. But those 25ers are once in a while.
When Joel's hurt, when Paul George is out, they are empty stats.
He's
empty
not
points.
the guy that fits in well with the stars. He fits in great when the stars are gone.
Yep.
McCain is a guy, the problem with that, he was so good for that little run 2 years ago, but you're seeing that he could fit in and score 13 and 11 and 9, and they're all by shooting big threes. He's not afraid of the moment. He's crafty. He finds ways to score.
It seems like we find guys who are afraid of the moment, and then we get rid of the guys who.
Landry Shamet, he was here.
Oh, I know. They were chanting his
Another
name.
guy.
They were
that you
chanting.
didn't bring up before.
I know. I forgot. I wanted to get that out of my head because they were chanting his name in Game 3 when I went. The whole stadium was chanting Landry Shamet's name.
You do Landry Shamet. Where do you go? Shamet.
I think
Shamet. Which one?
I think it was the first one, if I remember correctly. I was so disgusted that I honestly, as soon as that buzzer hit 0, I got out of there. Out. See ya. Goodbye. All right.
Now, I asked my dad today because my dad, he's liking the Knicks.
Why?
He likes the players. I mean, I said
Why?
they're not unlikable.
I know, but it's the Knicks. It's New York. I can't do anything New York. I understand. Listen, if they were on my team, I would love them. If they were on the Utah Jazz, I would have no problem. They're on the New York Knicks.
So my dad has kind of become partial to the Knicks. So I asked him,
No
today,
good.
who you going for? He said he's not sure, like Spurs or Thunder or Knicks. Like, which team would he want?
No,
I'm going Thunder.
Thunder.
And I like this Knicks team, but I like the Thunder and the way they built their team. I like the way they did it. I like the way that they
Presti followed the process and did it correctly and didn't have NBA intervention.
I like the way that they followed their process. They didn't bail on it. They lost purposely for multiple years. But as I said to my, the difference was, okay, everybody says that they made mistakes in the draft. Oklahoma City made mistakes in the draft, but what they were able to do that the Sixers never got the chance to do, Hinkie stockpiled multiple picks for future drafts. So they made mistakes in the draft, but they had multiple future picks that they never utilized because once Colangelo got his grubby hands on the picks, he started to trade him out because he hated Hinkie so much. He didn't want anything around that had been Hinkie-ized. So he traded the first-round pick to go move up to go get Fultz, and they started to trade. They traded the other pick to go get Tobias Harris.
They traded up to get Markelle Fultz.
All that stuff. Oklahoma City made mistakes in the draft, but they had so many picks. And by the way, they still have 13 first-round picks.
And they're still set up to continue.
And that's what Hinkie had done that people don't grasp, is that, yes, he made mistakes in the draft, and the team made a lot of mistakes drafting, but they had so many chances.
They could afford it.
They could have. Oklahoma City has made mistakes in the draft, but then the next year they had another first-round pick, and then that guy hit. You know what I mean? So,
and they don't have to re-sign everybody. So then you're still drafting in the top part of the draft with all these picks you stockpile. You can
they're not going to be
we could
able to
retool
re-sign.
again.
They're not going to be able to re-sign all of their guys. So what they do is they get that guy for 3 to 4 years. He walks. They redraft his replacement. Maybe that guy hits. Maybe he doesn't. But I have another pick in case I miss on that pick.
All right, so you're trading Nick Nurse for a first-round
100%.
pick. All right, get Dallas on the phone lines. All right, second nugget.
You almost pick up the phone and see if they're interested if they weren't already.
Well, apparently they don't want to give them permission to interview him. So there you go, Josh Harris at it again. All right, second nugget of the day. Now, I don't know if you saw this the other day. So because there was no Game 5 in the Eastern Conference Finals, ESPN had to fill some programming there, Mike, okay? And Pat McAfee had a state of the sports world type of show. And he had on, all different types of commissioners other than Roger Goodell. He had Manfred on. He had Silver on. They went all over all the problems in the league, how they're fixing it, what's coming up next, where the leagues are at, etc. So I want to ask you, here's this nugget. Give me a state of Philadelphia sports. Give me a state of the Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers. Go.
Where do you want me to start? Which
Eagles.
team you pick?
Eagles.
State of the Eagles, Super Bowl contender. Would like to see them make one more tweak to this roster. I'm still hopeful that they would be players for a Myles Garrett. They're going to trade A.J. Brown. But the state of the Eagles is perennial Super Bowl contender until otherwise Howie Roseman retires, moves on. I've often why would Howie go to the Jets and say this team can't win a Super Bowl?
Love that team growing up.
I'm going to be the team that makes the Jets a Super Bowl winner. Like, that would be my next thing. Like, I was said about Gino Auriemma. Okay, you won championship after championship. Like, go get a new challenge. Like, what more do you have to prove if you're Howie Roseman, if you're Gino Auriemma? Until Howie makes that decision, you're a Super Bowl contender. So the state of the Eagles is Super Bowl, perennial Super Bowl contender.
Sixers.
Lost in the woods. Ilya Brizgalov. What the state of the Sixers is confusion. Who are they? What do they want to be? How do they get there? What's the path? How do you improve? Who's the person that gets you there? Listen, I think Bob Myers with the 4 championships has sold fans of like, they got Morey out. He was overrated. He never won anything. They got this guy that won 4. Bob Myers doesn't do a whole heck of a lot for me.
He didn't draft well.
He didn't draft well. He was basically inherited that team. Bob Myers, to me, speaks the part well, looks the part well. I don't know that he's the right guy to get you out of the despair that you're currently in. You need someone that is I don't want to say shrewd. I put it this way. State of the Sixers would be lost in the woods for me. I don't think Bob Myers is the right guy to be to be trying to figure it, to dig them out of this hole.
Yeah. All right, quickly, Flyers, then Phillies.
The state of the Flyers is excitement. I don't know that it's warranted. And then people might say, what are you talking about? You got Michkov, who is until they got Martone, Michkov was the guy.
But Porter Martone,
and now you're talking about possibly having to trade Michkov. If you trade Michkov, and I heard what Chris Pronger said, no team starts a rebuild with a guy on the wing.
No.
So
start in the middle and you work your way out.
And when the stuff that we played, the audio we played from Pronger last week, he talked a lot about you don't start with a wing, the language barrier being a massive problem that doesn't get talked about a lot. And if Michkov misses and he's not what you thought he was, you're back to kind of where you were of, okay, he's a good, solid team, but where's the guy? And is it Porter Martone?
I think it is.
Possible. I like to see more. What we saw really looked good, but is he the lead dog on that team? We'll see. Is Vladar finally
That
the
I have a question about.
long-term answer in net? You're going to go give that guy probably a 3 to 5 year deal, and now all of a sudden you're saying for 3 to 5 years, this is our guy. I'm not sure. So excitement, but I would say
Cautiously
if it were me,
optimistic?
I would be more measured on that.
All right,
And the state of the
Phils real
Phillies
quick.
is, can I get over the top? I mean, we're right there. But again, is our GM going to put us in position to go from this spot to the spot we haven't been able to get to? And I don't know that that move exists outside of the one we talked about earlier today. Are you willing to say, the heck with this, we're going to blow it up, the future, Painter, Crawford, Miller, and let's go get that, Tarik Skubal?
Boom. State of Philly sports there, Mike. 2-pack. We didn't get to the third one. I'll get to it next week.
Oh, man.
I know.
Phillies Fastball is coming up. When we come back, Phillies Dodgers, we'll match them up. We're going to talk about Skubal. Would the Phillies Fastball guys make the deal? Plus, Gage Wood threw last night. Jeff Kerr was there. He'll tell you what he saw from the Phillies' first-round pick. That's next hour right here on the Sports Bash, live from the Shoprite LPGA.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Over at Ventnor Social. We're going to be there on Thursday at Ventnor Social for our Phillies day game watch party. Stop out and see the Phils and the Padres on Thursday. And you can enter win a trip to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards this Thursday, June the 4th, not May the 20th, which it says on the screen, but June the 4th. We'll be at Ventnor Social. So stop out there. We are at McGettigan's 19th hole for the Shoprite LPGA Classic, and our Phillies Fastball segment with Jeff Kerr, Oscar Budajin starts now, and the Phillies take on the Dodgers tonight. And it's a great, great weekend of baseball. Zach Wheeler gets the call tonight. And, of course, Jesus Luzardo has been moved up to Saturday. Andrew Painter will pitch on Sunday. And, boys, this is kind of they just swept the Padres, who were in first place. Now it's a rematch with the Dodgers. And, Oscar, I want to start with you on this one. This rematch is kind of like, hey, we climbed our way back. We're almost at the 60-game mark now. And 60 games into the season, 56 games into the season, I think is where they are. Where are we against the world champions? It feels like an apropos matchup here.
It feels like it's been a season. Hi, guys. How are you? It feels like it's been a season of or multiple seasons in 1 year. How about that? 28 games with Topper, 28 games with Mattingly, 3.6 runs to 4.3 runs, 5.13 ERA, which to me is a big number. I mean, I think Topper is not here because the pitching was so bad in the very beginning during those first 28 games, 5.13 to 2.83. Look, we're going to face the Dodgers team that if you look at all the stats, I mean, they're in the top 5 in everything, both offensively as well as pitching. This team is really, really good. We're going to have great pitching, and we're going to have to do a much better job hitting than the way we've hit over the last few weeks.
Jeff, 56 games playing the Dodgers tonight. Let's kind of get a state of the Phillies heading into a rematch with the Dodgers. This is the first time they'll see this team since Orion Kerkering's throw that ended their season. Where are they 56 games getting ready to start tonight at Dodger Stadium?
I like to think they're the team that has been the team since Don Mattingly has been manager, right? You know, the 9-19 start is what it is, and it's been a long 56 games, but that's the ebbs and flows of a baseball season. They clawed their way to get back to 500. They've gone 8-4 against teams that are over 500 over the last 12 games. So they can beat the good teams. And they've beaten the Dodgers before. They're 9-3 in their last 12 regular season games against the Dodgers. They outpitched them last year, but they lost the series. I think the Phillies they're not the Dodgers kryptonite, but they're pretty close to it. If the Dodgers are Superman, the Phillies are Lex Luthor.
Well, when they lost that series, guys, last year, why did they lose it, and did they improve it?
Outs 15-21. They had trouble getting outs 15 through 21 last year. It was after the starters did their thing. When the starters got into some trouble, and look, this is where I will defend Rob Thompson haters or whatever you want to call them. I don't think Rob made the right moves. Like Oscar has said it before. Ranger Suarez did not pitch game 1 last year. He was available. He should have pitched. The guys that they put in, like Jesus Luzardo got into trouble the second game. They couldn't get out of it. And that was the thing. Outs 15 through 21 cost the Phillies this series.
Look, we out-hit them and we out-pitched them. I mean, if you look at the stats, I'm sounding like Harden the other day saying that Cleveland was better than the Knicks, but they did. I mean, if you look at the stats, I mean, the Phillies out-hit them and out-pitched them. The bottom line is when the game got to the bottom, I mean, to the point where you needed to make the key decision in the case of, like Jeff is saying, bringing Ranger Suarez for the 7th and 8th innings in game 1, I mean, you lost a game there. And you probably lost a series as well.
Oscar, I'd ask you, Jeff, you brought up a great point. Outs 15 through 21. That's that 7th, 8th inning right there, 6th, 7th, 8th inning. Are they better there now? Are they better in those 6th, 7th, and even the 8th innings? We know they're pretty good in the 9th.
I don't think they are. I don't think they are. I mean, go ahead, Jeff. You start.
No, I was kind of agreeing with you, Oscar. I don't think they're better in the 8th because of Brad Keller. I think Orion Kirkering's better, but Tanner Banks isn't Tanner Banks. Jose Alvarado isn't really Jose Alvarado. I mean, you have the horses, right? This is what they did this offseason. They brought back Jose Alvarado. They brought back they signed Brad Keller. Orion Kirkering's been a lot better. Tim Mesa's fine, but I don't think you're relying on Tim Mesa to do this. So if you're asking me right now, no.
I mean, in terms of performance, we're not talking about the players that are there. We probably feel slightly better than last year having Keller there, but Keller hasn't performed. Neither Alvarado has performed the way we want them. I mean, when you start looking at the stats and kind of you start seeing their numbers are not where they need to be. I mean, the bottom line is Alvarado has a 5.76, 5.79 ERA. Tanner Banks is not the same Tanner Banks, 6.41 ERA that he was last year. Kirkering is doing a tremendous job at 2.21, and then you're finding other pieces like Mesa and like Sugar and Boland to try to fill in. So conceptually, you have with Duran, Keller, and Kirkering, you're supposed to have a better bullpen, but Keller and Alvarado probably haven't pitched the way we expected them to pitch.
You know what I'm curious about, Oscar, with Don Mattingly? If he manages outs 15 to 21 different, because Andrew Painter will probably be in the bullpen in the postseason. Maybe Gage Wood is here. We don't know. There's a lot to go. I mean, look, it's like Mike said, we're at game 56. We still got 100 games left. Not even sure if they're going to make the postseason yet, but look, what are they, Oscar? You keep track of the wild card standings. 1 out now, 2 out?
They're a game and a half out of the wild card. Yeah. Look, to me, Mike, when I look at it,
Oscar.
Go ahead. No. When I look at this team, my biggest worry is not the bullpen, it's not the starting pitching, is the hitting. This team does not. The hitting is a huge concern right now for me.
Jeff, you were there last night and you brought his name up, Gage Wood. Is he a guy that you watched last night that could help this team? I did see that Aaron Nola got put on the paternity list. I don't know if that's going to cause him to miss a start or whatever, and I don't imagine Gage Wood would make that fill-in start. But tell us about the guy that you watched. And by the way, Dave Dombrowski watched last night.
Dave Dombrowski's been in Reading all week. In fact, I'm actually going up there tonight after this program, so to watch more Reading baseball. But, yeah, look, Gage Wood, the Phillies have not pitched him more than 4 innings in any game this year. They're managing his innings, but he told me this last night. He's never touched 99 before. That's a new PR. He's going to soak that in. And he tried to overextend after he threw 99. I saw his face, and he was like, okay, I just threw 99. I could throw 100. And no, he botched it completely through 94. He got a strikeout on, but probably because the hitter was like, okay, well, but again, I like what I've been seeing out of Gage Wood. He's a 2-pitch pitcher right now. He does have other pitches, but he's been throwing mostly his fastball and his slider, and he's got a changeup. He's got a curveball he's working on, but is he going to help this team right now? No. I think this is a 2-month tryout in Reading. I think he could be trade bait. We'll see. I don't like that but you need a right-handed bat, and that might be your biggest trade chip.
Well, is he a guy that you look at right now? You've seen him pitch. Look, it's only 2 starts, but is he a starter, or is he a guy that you could say, we've seen this before, guys, where a team in the playoffs goes to some young hotshot rookie and he comes in and pitches in the bullpen for 2 innings or an inning.
That's what I'm thinking. Because, I tried to ask a lot of people in the Phillies organization, is the plan to stretch him out? They said, no, we're planning to limit the innings right now. I mean, look, he was at 50 pitches in the 4th. He was pitching fine. And, he gave up a run, but it was off a double that Dylan Campbell missed. I don't want to say he misread the fly ball. I just think he took a bad read to it, and that led to a run. But, look, they really haven't had him go past 60 pitches. So, if you're thinking bullpen piece in October, I think Gage Wood could be the guy.
I do believe that he could be a bullpen piece. I mean, look, he's very. I mean, I know he went to college. I know he's no hit. I know all the stories behind it. I mean, it's early, guys. It's early. In the minor leagues, he's 0-4, 3.31 ERA. He looks promising from a strikeout standpoint. I mean, when you look at 35 innings and 55 strikeouts, I mean, that is pretty impressive. And I like that he only has 15 base on balls. So, but it's a journey, guys. I mean, it's early. It's early.
Yeah, he didn't have a walk last night, Oscar. Like, he looked poised. He looked in command. He was excited.
He could be Kirkering. He could be Kirkering.
Yeah,
they start moving him. I mean, right now he pitches one more month there, then a month in AAA, and then might bring him up. I mean, that's an option.
You know who could be Kirkering too, Oscar? Alex McFarland. You and I have talked about him
I agree.
on Phillies Weekly for years. Alex McFarland, he has earned a promotion to AAA. He
can throw, man. He can throw.
Well, I look at what the Dodgers did last year. They had Sasaki, who was a starter, and he got hurt, and it didn't work out. He was closing games out. Now, I don't think, obviously, Gage Wood's going to be closing. You have a closer, but why couldn't he pitch in the 8th inning of games?
And that's why I think the Dodgers beat the Phillies last year. Dave Roberts played chess. He was like, okay, I don't have a good bullpen right now. Tanner Scott's not good. A lot of these guys are not good. I'm going to go put a starter in there because I don't need this guy. And the Phillies should have done that with Ranger Suarez. I mean, Oscar was 100% right. He said it in game one. Ranger Suarez needs to pitch. He said it hours before the game. We've talked about it. And he didn't do it. They lost game one, and Oscar called it, said they don't win this game.
If I see Robertson again, dude. I mean, if I see Robertson again, that was the worst decision. I don't know who made that decision. Nobody, I have never been able to find out, but that's one of the worst decisions I've seen in baseball.
Well, Oscar, and I think you just brought up, or maybe it was you, Jeff, about using Gage Wood as trade bait. One name that came up, Buster Olney threw it out there, which obviously will have everybody kind of debating back and forth. We threw out this trade. He mentioned Tarik Skubal. So let's start there. Without even mentioning compensation, is that the way that the Phillies should be looking? To say, you know what? I don't know that we can upgrade our offense. This might be all we can do. But if you have to face Sanchez, Wheeler, Skubal, and Luzardo, good luck.
Yeah, this sounds to me like a Miles Sanders, what is that, like a Miles Garrett trade. I mean, with the Eagles. You always throw either the Eagles or the Phillies because they're of their money.
But I will say this: the difference is, as someone who covers the Eagles are interested in Miles Garrett. They've always been interested, and they always call. I don't know about the Phillies and Tarik Skubal.
The question is, look, he's right now injured, right? Number one, he's now injured. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Are you willing? What are you willing to give? I mean, are you willing to give a Painter? Are you willing to give a Gay Wood? I don't necessarily want to go there unless you can sign him to a long-term deal. And the question is, you're going to have Christopher Sanchez, a lefty, Luzardo, a lefty, and Skubal sign another lefty to long-term deals. I mean, that's, I don't know. I'm not sure that's the best use of our money where I'm seeing on the other side of the equation.
All right, so we threw out, listen, Andrew Painter would have to be a part of that deal, I would imagine. Painter, Crawford, maybe even Aiden Miller. It doesn't sound like, Oscar, you would do a deal like that.
I know it's a money. To me, it's a money. It's a long term. Looking at three lefties in the rotation, I just don't think that. I don't think the team will do that. I just personally think the team will not do that.
Does Tarik Skubal seem like a team guy to you? Because I did not like the way he acted in the World Baseball Classic. By the way, I know that's a little different, but
I mean, he's a competitor, man. He's a competitor.
He is a competitor, but. I don't know. Like, it feels like the Phillies rotation. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
The World Baseball Classic thing is, it's so clunky. It's so oddly placed. I think these guys are conflicted. They want to do it, but the teams don't want them to. So they're in a.
I love to have him. It's just. Look, they need a bat. Like, that's what they need. Like, can he hit? Can he play left field? No. So.
I mean, you want Manny Machado? I'll take Manny Machado. He's in a slump. I'll take Manny Machado and put him at third base.
I'll take that.
Right, we have done probably 40 episodes of Phillies Fastball. None of us can come up with a bat to help this team. So do you just shift and say, let me get another arm?
I mean, look, I'll just say this: like, there's got to be something to it if Buster Olney's saying it, right?
Yeah, sure.
There's got to be at least they've at least contact. I mean, I'm sure. Look, is Tarik Skubal a rental? maybe. I mean, you don't give up all your top prospects for a rental, but it is intriguing that you're in this window. Like Oscar always talks about the window. That guy can get you to where you need to go.
I mean, if it is for the small window, you do it. I mean, it's a
Hey, I am, by the way, okay, you guys were with me early in Phillies Fastball segments. I was a big Painter guy. I put him up there on the same pedestal.
You still are a big Painter guy.
And I'm still a big Painter guy. But guess what? If I could get Tarik Skubal and put him in this rotation, sorry, I have to do it because 3 reasons. I'll give you 3 reasons. 1, I don't know what Justin Crawford is at his height. Is he an impact player? Is he a guy that just changes the game? I don't know about that. Even
or
if
does he just sit at the bottom of the lineup for you? Like, and that's fine too. It's
right now he's a 275 hitter with a 325, 230 on base percentage that is going to run. I mean, right now, unless he continues to develop, this is the other thing, guys. Players development is a very mysterious thing. I mean, some of this guy, look at where Moniak is right now. I mean, Moniak is one of the best home run hitters in baseball right now. I mean,
and this is what upset me about this team right now. And look, I'm a big prospect guy. I follow these guys. I don't like the way. Look, I don't care what people think about Otto Kemper, Felix Reyes. You have to admit the Phillies have not handled that situation. And like, these aren't even top prospects. Like, I don't like the way Justin Crawford's platooning.
Here's the thing, okay? You just said it, Oscar. Well, he's a 275, 320.
Right now, he might be more later. I mean, he's a 300 hitter in the minors.
Right now, he's a 229 guy with a 296 on base percentage.
Growing pains.
So
I don't blame him though. Like, he's a rookie.
I agree. But my point is this: when these guys had not played yet in the bigs, I was like, I don't want to trade these guys yet because of what you think they might be. Now you've got a little taste of them, and I'm not saying that they can't improve, but I'm looking at Justin Crawford, and I'm saying, what is he at his best? Is he a leadoff man?
I always say this, though.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, this is where I get very upset with social media, right? Everybody thinks I compare a prospect A, prospect B to Chase Utley. I'm going to tell Phillies fans were not watching this team when Chase Utley came up. He was not good. And the Phillies had multiple opportunities to trade him and Ryan Howard, and they never did. For average players, and they never did. And guess what happened? They were patient with both. Ryan Howard was sent down. Chase Utley went through his slump for a year and a half, figured it out, and became Chase Utley, future Hall of Famer. You got to let these guys grow.
On the flip side, I would say the Phillies traded 4 prospects that we heard year after year after year were untradeable. Jason Donald and Lou Marson and Carlos Carrasco for Cliff Lee. And all 4 of those guys stunk. And Cliff Lee, we were talking about yesterday.
Well, Carlos Carrasco didn't. Carlos Carrasco didn't. But I agree with your point.
Bring school. That's it. Bring school.
He wasn't a difference maker. He was a nice middle of the rotation arm.
The thing was, though, that's what he was supposed to be, though, when he was
Crawford is going to help this team. Crawford, look, what I've seen of Crawford, what I've seen in the minor of Crawford, he's going to help this team. You just need to be patient with the rookies. I mean, that's the reality of it.
You know what?
Look at Painter.
I don't think it's
look at Painter. The last 3 outings of Painter, he's pitched well. Not great, not fantastic, but he's pitched well.
I don't think it's Crawford. I personally, like, what does Dave Dombrowski think after seeing Dante Nori all week, Arun Escobar all week, Raiden Heredia all week? Brian Rincone's coming back this weekend. Like, I wonder what he thinks of those. Like, he's been in Reading all week. He's not just there to see Gage Wood and Alex McFarland. There are multiple top 30 prospects in that system he's watching.
Our problem is the window, guys. That is our problem. The lack of patience, because we know we have a limited window, and that is where the issue is. But Crawford would be good, man. He'll be good. Leave him in the 9th hole and just keep playing him. Look at the catch he made the other day. That was a hell of a catch, man. I know he's inconsistent defensively. He just needs to grow. We need to give him time to grow.
And this isn't me saying I think he stinks or can't grow. I do acknowledge that. I just feel like right now What is his ceiling? I don't know if he's an impactful player. Do I think he's a starting major leaguer? Sure.
Well, we haven't talked about Berroa. Why are they bringing Berroa up, Stuart Berroa for Otto Kemp? Because he can play in the outfield. He can play for Garcia. He can play for Crawford. He can play in left field.
That's the reality of it. Like I don't know how much of a major league hitter Kemp is going to be. I do know this: he's not a good left fielder.
No, and Berroa, to me, and for the people who are just tuning in, the Phillies have sent Kemp back to the minors. Stuart Berroa, who they got off of DFA for cash considerations from the Brewers back in April.
Yeah.
He's a center fielder, and he hits right-handed, and he can run. And I think this is them saying, listen, we don't trust Kemp. We don't trust Reyes. That was obvious. Don Mattingly did not want to use those guys. And instead of using Sosa, overusing Sosa, this gives us another right-handed guy that can play center field for Crawford and keep Marsh in left field. And their vision of the bench will be, if we can't get guys that can hit off the bench, let's get some speed and better defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, this is a 250 minor league hitter, guys. I mean, this guy has been in the minors 9 years. He's a 250 hitter with a 735, whatever.
He's not saving the season.
735 OPS. This guy's not saving the season. I do believe that they're going to strengthen this bench. I'm almost sure. I mean, I can measure. I can sense the thermometer. They're going to upgrade this bench. They have to do it. Right now, they're going to try to.
There are some players available right now that can help them. We talked about Andrew McCutchen yesterday. He'd be perfect for this team right now.
I agree. You need more veterans. You need, but somehow, I mean, this guy is fine for this weekend, for the next 2 weeks. He's fine. Let's see if he suddenly turns hot, and you never know.
You know what frustrates me? When I see Felix Reyes just hitting home run after home run after home run in Lehigh Valley, and he has a 1,400 OPS since he's been sent down. Like, oh, maybe they should have given Felix Reyes an opportunity. The problem is they need a left fielder, and they don't have it.
Here's the problem with Otto Kemp and Felix Reyes. They don't have a position. They do not have a position in the major leagues that they can play defensively, and that is a huge liability. That's the reality. And what are you going to do? I mean, you have to go win. I mean, you have to win now.
Well, I want to, and I'm glad you brought that up, Felix Reyes. I saw your tweet the other day. He's hitting like 455 home run, whatever it is. I mean, those are eye-popping numbers. And the common fan would say, well, why can't they do that here? Does he hit well? Would he hit if he was given? He's not going to hit that number.
If you actually got to play a couple days.
Right. Are these guys that get hit if they were given regular at-bats?
Well, you know what upsets me about the whole thing? The organization acts like the fan base, right? 0 for 4. Oh, they stink. They can't play. Well, why not? Why not? You let Trey Turner and Adolis Garcia go 3 for 100. I know they're more proven, but and look, I'm not blaming the organization.
It's a very complex situation because they're young and they cannot get everyday playing time. If they would get everyday playing time like Crawford, then it's a different. I mean, let's imagine. I mean, somebody gets hurt, right? I mean, in the outfield, you could bring Felix Reyes and you can play him every day in left field.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would tell people till I was blue in the face last year when everybody asked me, why isn't Justin Crawford coming up? I said, they want Justin Crawford to play every day. They don't want a platoon role. When they trade for Harrison Bader, if they didn't get Harrison Bader, Justin Crawford would have been called up. I was told that.
All right, before we get out of here on this Fastball Friday, Oscar Wheeler tonight, can he maintain this dominance? He's plus 2,500 to win the Cy Young. I like that bet. That sounds like a lot of long shot money, and I think he has the staying power in this Cy Young candidacy.
He better pitch the way he's pitched before against the Dodgers. He's 3-2 with a 4.35 ERA and 2-1 with a 5.75 ERA at Dodger Stadium. So he needs to do a better job than the way he's done it before. But hey, with Wheeler, I trust Wheeler. That guy is so special. He could do magic. So I trust Wheeler. I do believe. By the way, Wroblewski, the guy that we're facing, he's 6-2 and 307. He's been the most consistent starting pitcher for the Dodgers. So
Dodgers have a lot of injuries, by the way. They do.
Glasnow is injured. I mean, they have a lot of key injuries. But look, I do believe today and tomorrow, if we're going to win, we better win today and tomorrow. Yamamoto might be, by the way, the game Yamamoto pitched against us, it was game 3 in Dodger Stadium, that's when Schwarber hit that massive home run there. So there is options.
Oh,
There's
by the way,
possibility.
that game is also why the Phillies out-hit the Dodgers in the series.
Hey, don't say that, Jeff.
It's true, though. They killed them.
It's true. Of course it's the truth, but we cannot say that.
All right, Phillies Fastball returns on Monday. Don't forget Phillies Weekly, Oscar, on Sunday night.
Figley and go to Foley's, the Philly Sports Shop in South Street, 22nd and South Street. I mean, John Foley is a friend of the family, or you can go to foleysonsouth.com. He's always supporting what we do from a Phillies Fastball standpoint. Thank you so much, Mike.
Mike Gill, am I joining you at Venture Social next week, or do you got any other Jersey appearances next month?
I will send you all the dates that I am out, and you can pick whatever ones you'd like to be there for.
Sounds good, because
I actually have I'm going to be sending you a text about something for tomorrow, all right?
All right, sounds good.
When you go to the beach, you call me, huh? When you go to the beach, you call me. I'm ready to go.
All right, boys, there's our Phillies Fastball for this Friday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. The guys will be back on Monday. And, of course, we are live here at the Shoprite LPGA when we come back on the other side. It's my Friday 5, my 5 favorite games in Week 3 of the NFL. And then we're going to take a look at this tournament. To a little bit of the sights and the sounds of what you can expect this weekend right here at the ShopRite LPGA Classic. That's all still to come right here on the Sports Bash. All right, welcome back. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. So the Sixers have made some news. They have hired the next president of basketball operations for Daryl Morey. He is out, and in his place is West Virginia's own Mike Gansey. Gansey is the new general manager, former general manager of the Cavs. He has agreed to become the next president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. So for those of you who remember those West Virginia teams, it was Mike Gansey and Kevin Pittsnoggle. You remember those teams? You're probably too young for them, right?
Too young for those, unfortunately.
Gansey and Pittsnoggle were the two guys. John Beeline, his kid, that was those West Virginia teams. Mike Gansey is the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. And, obviously I got to like the move. He's a Dub V guy. He was up against a stinking St. Joe guy.
You're in on the move. You like the hire.
Hey, listen, it's a tough job, man. It's a tough job to get out from under, but
Shams Charania put out 2 tweets, and part of the one tweet, he said, Myers will work closely in partnering with Gansey and assist in his vision for the organization.
Yep.
There you go.
So that's the big breaking news for the Sixers. They have hired Mike Gansey, who's the general manager of the Cavs, who just traded for James Harden. Yeah, but he's made some good. I mean, that team went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I mean, he brought in some guys to fill in the gaps, hit some threes, some guys around the edges. That's kind of what the Sixers need.
He did a really good job with that team in terms of it's hard to find that last piece.
Yep.
There's only so many of the pieces, but to get Mitchell, and then they got Mobley, and they drafted Mobley.
Yep.
You got guys like, Strus.
Mobley's a free agent, isn't he?
I'm not 100% on that one.
I think he's a free agent.
I know it's not a great free agent class,
No.
and he would be way at the top of the list, and I haven't seen his name. I could be wrong. All right, time for the Friday 5. Here we go. These are the 5 games that we like the best in week number 3 of the NFL. When week 3 in the NFL is here in September, we will look back at this list and see if these 5 games are still the 5 games that we like the best. We do not include Thursday night games. We only go with the Sunday and Monday slate. Josh, are you ready?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Friday 5. Here we go. How about yikes, it's a rough schedule this week.
Took you 2 weeks.
New England, Jacksonville. Champions of both the East and the South meeting in week 3. New England, Jacksonville. You like that game?
I'm in. I like that game. New England coming off of a Super Bowl appearance. They're probably going to have a new wide receiver. Jacksonville was also, remember, they came out of nowhere in some of the A.J. Brown talks. They won the division last year. They kind of bounced back. I like that game. I think it's going to be a fun one.
Josh?
I'm definitely intrigued by it. Like you mentioned, 2 teams were in the playoffs last year, 2 teams with young quarterbacks. A lot of interesting storylines with both those teams.
All right, number 2. Baltimore, Dallas.
Oh, yeah,
I got
that one.
Baltimore, Dallas, obviously a division team that you want to keep an eye on, playing against a team that has, generally Super Bowl aspirations in Baltimore. So I'll go Baltimore, Dallas in the Friday 5.
Remember, no John Harbaugh in Baltimore anymore, so that'll be a fun one. What is Dallas? What are they? What are they going to be? Week 3, that's an exciting matchup. Can Baltimore get back to how they've been? No more John Harbaugh. I like that matchup.
I like the fact that 2 teams have upgraded their defenses. The Cowboys hired Parker. They brought in new players on defense. Ravens hired their new head coach, the defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter. They've upgraded their defense. So I wouldn't be surprised it's a low-scoring game.
Chargers, Bills. 2 more teams in the Friday 5. Chargers, a lot of people think that team could win the AFC West, and the Bills is their window closing. They didn't win the division last year. Are they back to try to win the division now? They got a new stadium. The game will be at the new Highmark Stadium there. See, they're starting to rip down the old one.
Yep.
Yeah, saw that. It's a 1 o'clock game. Chargers on the road have to come from the West Coast. I think the Chargers are going to be really good. Buffalo, I'm with you. Is it closing? How much more time do they have to even get to a Super Bowl? Is Josh Allen going to leave Buffalo at the end of his career without one? I think this is a great matchup early on in the AFC.
I like that game. Josh?
By the way, you guys see that new offensive coordinator, Mike McDaniel, he has been trash-talking Derwin James, got a new contract this week, all week at OTAs. Mike McDaniel's out there trash-talking one of the best defensive players in the league at OT. Not even practice. It's OTAs.
What better joint practice will there be than Patriots-Eagles?
Oh, no, nothing better. Gosh, that's going to be unreal.
That'll be some trash talk going on in
yeah.
that one.
Number 2 will be Chargers anybody.
Friday 5. How about – now, this one's kind of interesting, but I don't know what Knicks' deal is, right? We got Rams-Denver on Sunday night.
Yeah, Sunday Night Football, Bo Nix. I like this. The Rams are obviously going to be in the mix again. They couldn't get over the hump to get to the Super Bowl last year. This could have been a potential Super Bowl matchup. Both teams in the conference championship couldn't get there.
Yeah, I don't know what Knicks' deal is going to be for this game, but it's still a good game. Rams-Denver Sunday night.
Yeah, I'm so interested because I think having it in Denver probably amplifies it, right?
Yep.
You know, this is in LA. It's kind of a sterile dome environment. This game being in Denver, mile high at night, I think that adds some intrigue for it.
By the way, this week the Eagles play the Bears on Monday night.
Yep.
So the last game, it's not a great slate. It's
Your
okay.
Sunday's wide open thanks to the Eagles playing on Monday night.
Yes.
Yes. I'm going with this. Seattle versus Washington. That is my last one in the Friday 5. Washington, if they lose opening day to Philly and they lose to Seattle here in week 3, that would be at least 2 losses early for an NFC East team, plus Seattle's the defending Super Bowl champions. So I'm looking at that game as the 5th game in my Friday 5.
Yeah, and how elevated will Jaden Daniels' game be this year? He needs a bounce-back year after going to the NFC Conference Championship in his rookie year, but I think this is a good matchup.
Okay, is there a game I did not pick that you like, Josh?
Yes, Bengals, Steelers.
That was the other one. That was my outside looking in. I'm over Aaron Rodgers. I'm over giving Aaron Rodgers.
It's the final ride. It's the final dance.
Oh, stop, John. Yeah. No, Aaron Rodgers, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, that's Carolina, Cleveland, Jets, Lions, Houston, Indy, Kansas City, Miami, Tennessee, Giants.
You could have gone Vikings, Bucks.
Pittsburgh. Vikings, Bucks was another one that was on my bubble list. There you go. That's today's Friday 5 here on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. And that is brought to you by my friend Rocco and the team at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Go see my guy and see for yourself why South Jersey's largest ADX volume dealer is Key Acura of Atlantic City now through the end of the month, which is really running out of time. You got to get there tomorrow to get that deal for $199 a month for 36 months for that new Acura Integra. Go to Key Acura Tilt Road in EHT. All right, we're going to update the leaderboard and get you up to date on everything happening out here at the Shoprite to wrap up the show coming up next. We get out of here. This hour of the show brought to you by Boxing Insider Promotions. Josh, what's happening on June the 13th?
June the 13th, when you can see not one but two South Jersey undefeated heavyweight boxers go head-to-head for the first time at Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City. Holy Spirit High School graduate Josh Popper takes on Absegami High School graduate Bruce Selden Jr. plus Berlin, New Jersey's own Damian Tianello, along with Pleasantville's Julio Sanchez III, are all in action. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com for the ultimate heavyweight boxing showdown right here in South Jersey. Selden Jr. versus Popper, Saturday, June 13th, presented by Boxing Insider Promotions.
All right, we're getting ready to wrap up our show today. Josh will be out here tomorrow from 12 to 3, so stop out for Hanging with Henning tomorrow. Right now, Jeremy Friedman, the Vice President of Public Relations for the Shoprite LPGA, is with us to kind of give us an overview of the sights and sounds and the day and the weekend here. You just got done telling us that you've been doing this a couple of years now.
Yep.
This Friday crowd is maybe one of the biggest that you've seen.
It is probably one of the biggest that I've seen. This is year number 6 for me as the media director for the tournament, and before that, Mike and you and I go way back on this when I was at Golf Channel and NBC and covered this event for TV. I haven't seen the crowds like this since probably pre-COVID era on Friday. And we were talking about it just before we came on. It's beautiful Friday, beautiful day. It's a holdover from Memorial Day weekend last weekend where everybody was stuck inside, right? So This is the weekend. This is the Memorial Day weekend part 2, right?
This is the fix.
This is the fix. And I think everybody got that today.
Give our listeners who have not been here before a little lay of the land, if you will, from your perspective. As somebody who comes here all the time.
Yep.
I've never been here. What do I do when I get here?
So when you arrive, the first thing that you do is when you come through admissions, it is a fan zone, fan expo bonanza.
You could say that again.
There are more sampling tents, and there's just, it's a lot of stuff for, it's a lot of free sampling, a lot of giveaways. ShopRite is doing a whole lot of giveaways across the course, right? But it starts when you walk in. And then as you're walking in, you could take a left before you get onto the course. Come right here where we are at McGettigan's, and McGettigan's 19th hole, and just enjoy the atmosphere in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And then when you get out on the course, the course is just it's one of the more fan friendly courses out in the LPGA Tour. One, because it's flat. Right. Yeah. So it's easy for a lot of the fans to navigate. And there's so many holes that are kind of next to each other. Right. So you can hopscotch the holes. And then when you get out to, if you go to like hole number 2, number 3, like you can get out towards the water, you can see the Atlantic City skyline. So it's really, really cool. And once you get out on the course, there's something for everybody, for kids, for our age, for grandparents. I mean, there's something for everybody to do out here.
Give us a little overview of the day, how this thing has all started off. Is we talked to Cheyenne on Wednesday, and we talk about the changes of how many different winners have been at this event. This seems to be kind of a launching pad for people's careers.
It totally is a launching pad for people's careers. I think Cheyenne talked about it earlier this week. We talk about it at this tournament where Brooke Henderson, she made her debut here. Lexi Thompson made her debut here, right? So it is kind of a launching pad. We have a lot of those players that are here that are trying to kickstart their career, right? But you also got your veterans. You got your Brooke Hendersons, your Brittany Linscombs, right? That are trying to continue their career. So we've got our leaderboard it's an international stacked leaderboard. Letitia Beck is leading at 8 under. Nicole Brock Estrup is 1 shot behind at -7. This is her first LPGA event back since becoming a mom. So I was just telling you guys before, she was doing her post-round interview with Max in her arms.
She was holding her arms, getting questions off. He might answer a couple of questions.
Yeah, he was like when Mom was answering the questions, Max was just waving his hand at everybody. So he's become Mr. Photogenic. But you got a really stacked leaderboard. You got Celine Boudier, who's a few shots back. She won a few years ago. Ashley Buhai, who won a couple years ago. She's a few shots back. So, and then you've got players that may not be the biggest names, but they're trying to kickstart their career. And that's kind of what we said. That's what this tournament is, the launching pad.
Well, let's say, it might not be the biggest names, but if you're saying, hey, I want to come out and I want to see somebody, who's a name or somebody that you would say, come watch this person, whether they're first, 10th, 50th, that they would be someone that would be fun to watch.
Charlie Hall. That would be my first one. She's she's the highest ranked player in the world here this week. So she hasn't been she hasn't played this event since 2021. So this is her first event back here in 5 years. She's just an entertaining player, regardless. Yeah. She had probably some of the biggest crowds out there today. And so she would definitely be one. I mentioned about Brooke and Brittany. Natalie Goldwist is here, right? Christina Kim is here, right? So a lot of the kind of the more legends and the veterans of the game are here. And then I saw her a little bit ago, Megan Francella, who is LPGA Tour winner. She's teaching pro at Philadelphia Cricket Club. So this is almost like a home game for her. She's got a lot of family and friends here. She didn't play. She played great on the front nine, okay on the back. But she'll be back here tomorrow, and she's going to have a lot of Philly support here tomorrow, too.
As we get ready to wrap up our show today, we talked a lot about all the different sports. The state of the Philly sports team was kind of on. What is the state of the LPGA as you bring it in here? We talked to Cheyenne on Wednesday about just the explosion of women's sports. You've now been 6 years with this event. What is the state of the LPGA?
I think the LPGA is doing a really good job on trying to capitalize and ride the wave and the growth of women's sports. Not only with the WNBA, but in women's professional soccer and all that. LPGA has been around for a long time, and I think what they're trying to do is they're same thing that the tournament is doing here. They're not trying to be stale, right? They're not trying to be the same thing year in, year out. They're trying to capitalize, and I think the growth of women's sports. And I think the popularity of women's sports, you're getting a lot more household names on the LPGA Tour. You got world number one Nelly Korda, right? She's becoming a household name. That's what the LPGA needs here in the U.S. It is an international tour, but you need those, you need those stars on the LPGA
Slam
Tour.
dunk star,
that
box office.
like Mike, when we were growing up, it was Annika Sorenstam, Lorena Ochoa, Julie Inkster, right? The tour.
You saying I'm old too?
No. I'm saying that we're wise. We are not old. But in the past generation era, right, there was a lot of those big names, and that's what the LPGA is really trying to build on, especially here with this tournament.
Well, Jeremy, we always love being here, and thanks for always having us back. Josh will be here tomorrow. That's a new addition. Then we'll have a Saturday presence here as well. Hey, stop by the tournament, walk around the greens, stop by McGettigan's 19th hole, go inside. You might see one of the players. They hang out when they're done playing. They might stop inside, go see some old faces and friends that they have met over the years. That's what makes this place so cool and so special. And we hope to be back again next year.
Guys, I love having you guys out here. Love the partnership. This is a beautiful backdrop that we have here. And I love what you guys do and helping support not only this tournament, but the LPGA Tour here in the greater region, week in, week out, year in, year out.
All right. Well, Jeremy, hopefully we bump into you again this weekend. McGettigan's 19th hole, thanks to Tim and his team here. We got a lot of food to bring home.
Oh, yeah.
My Lord.
Yeah.
We got so much more for you this weekend. Tomorrow it's the locker room at 10. Josh has you hanging with Henning from 12 to 3 right here from McGettigan's. And I'm back on Monday, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend.